Hey everybody, good morning. How are you? A little bit of something I want to get off my chest right now. Uh, I obviously this is nothing really new. This is something that's been going on for quite a while, and I've been paying attention. I've been trying my best not to feel demoralized. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about the fact that it is basically career suicide to be transgender as a content creator. And this is so fucked up because in so many ways, like it's so fucked up in so many ways. Like we just saw a single ad campaign for a transgender influencer, Dylan Mulvaney. And now Anheuser-Busch is down what, like $27 billion? What are companies supposed to do when obviously money is the thing that talks? And when you support transgender content creators, you lose all of it, basically. So, what are you supposed to do as a transgender content creator? How are you supposed to exist? How are you supposed to even make like anything work out? And this is the same thing that happened, just this is not like any different than any other women content creators, first of all. But also this is what it's like for, like, literally it's been like this in every industry for any marginalized group. For like, the black community has had to deal with this. We're having a Starship Enterprise with a officer on the bridge who was black was like a big deal in the 60s on Star Trek. And I don't know, obviously it's people who are going to continually to show up and break those glass ceilings. That's really what matters. And maybe I can be one of those people. And I think in the end of the day, we have to cultivate our own community and our own audience and exist in spite of them. But it just makes me so angry because how are anybody supposed to feel like, how is anybody supposed to feel confident in supporting transgender content creators when even like mentioning trans people completely divides your audience? And I don't think many people are willing to do that. And so it's like my whole fate either ends up obviously in my own hands. My own fate is my own is in my own hands. Where obviously I am going to not back down. I'm going to continually show up and get back on that fucking horse. I'm going to continually show up and get back on that horse. But god damn. Like, really? Like, is this just the end? Like, is I don't think it is. I really don't think it's the end. I think it's only the beginning. And yeah, like I feel really disgustingly ugly every single day. Okay, like yeah, a lot of that might go away. A lot of that I'm pretty damn sure is going to go away after my bottom surgery. A lot of it went away after my facial surgery. But god damn. Like, it already sucks being like different than what you want to be. Like looking like going through a puberty process when I was younger that I can't fully reverse. Like, that's already bad enough. But then seeing what happens with Anheuser-Busch, that obviously in the future people are going to like look back and they're going to think like how dumb this all is. And it is dumb. A single Instagram story directed at her followers receives this much media attention as if it's some kind of big giant problem, and then it becomes a problem, and then other companies are now absolutely afraid to support transgender content creators. Like, it's just not fucking fair that in order to be happy I have to commit career suicide. And I guess I don't even have a career to begin with. So like what am I supposed to do? Anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest. I know that people will support me. And, look at Dylan Mulvaney. She has 10 million followers. Like, I'm going to be fine, once I start cultivating my core community. It's going to take some time, and it's going to have to wait until some good amount of time after my bottom surgery, because I have just been like, these past 4 years have not been about content creation. These past 4 years have been about me transitioning in a very public way to hopefully shed some light on this issue and to try to educate people, hopefully, so that maybe I can be a part of the solution rather than a part of the problem, and obviously not become a statistic. Because it's so easy to give up. Like, it's so easy to give up all hope when you see stuff happening like with Anheuser-Busch right now. But you know what? People are going to look back on this moment and they're going to remember how people responded. They're going to remember who supported who and who didn't. And so, I'm biding my time. Because my day will come. And some people might not believe that. Some people might not think that that's even like possible. But I'm going to tell you right now, I have so much proof of concept through analytics that I'm going to do just fine. Okay? And if people watching this video don't believe that, well, I don't care, because analytics like speak louder than your opinion. Anyway, if you like this sort of video, make sure to like and subscribe. Let me know how you feel in the comments below. I already know what to expect with a lot of these comments, but there's some good comments every now and then, and you have to ask yourself, which side of history are you on? And it'll be pretty obvious when I read the comments who is on the right side of history and who isn't. How was that? I forgot to remove the freaking I forgot to remove the music overlay, like right here. I forgot to remove the music overlay. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Who cares? People will like Google the music, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to get that off my chest. Before I started my stream. Anyway, it's another day. I had a dental filling. I don't know, you can't see it. Oh god, and the camera went out again. See, it detects when I'm doing something ugly, so that it can take a picture and freeze me. It can take a picture and freeze it on the ugly spots. The camera knows. The camera knows. No, oh, god damn it. Really? Can you just stop being a little bitch, you stupid cable? Really? Okay. Yeah, oh, fuck! What is wrong with this cable? Okay. It is so goddamn annoying. Seriously. I'm not even doing this for content. And let me just adjust some things. There we go. Yeah, I'm not even doing that for content. Like, Jesus Christ. Yikes. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to get that off my chest before I started the stream. Kind of like, obviously, I'm kind of afraid of how things might end up. That I've spent like the past 4 years trying to like navigate social media. Sometimes I'm worried that I screwed myself over because I was just dealing with mental illness. I was dealing with mental health issues in a very public way, hopefully to like help educate people on how difficult it is to go through a lot of things in life, but mostly like obviously my unique situation is my own. But a lot of it is related to being transgender and going through transition, and you can't really skip it. Like it's just a natural part of life. Like you go through you go through these things, and like, I don't think there's any way to avoid it. And obviously the way I coped it could have been different, but I don't think it could have. I don't think, the way I cope through things is by speaking publicly, even to an audience of zero. The way I cope with things is to process them publicly online. And yeah, like, maybe I made some huge fucking mistakes on Discord and other social media. But you know what? Like, I don't think that I'm anywhere near gone. Like, I don't think like, if anything, like, I've gotten my name out there to the point where some people who are some pretty heavy hitters know that I exist. And not many people out there on the internet can claim that. Okay, as even though if it's like I have like a negative reputation, I really don't think that's how it works. Because if I was irrelevant, people wouldn't even know I existed. But I know some very key names know I exist, and they may not like me, but I don't need them to like me. I don't need them to agree with me. I need them to know I exist. Okay, so I'm paying close attention, and maybe you're sitting back like saying like, who is this bitch? Like, what the fuck does she think? Like, she's so fucking dumb. Obviously, you know more than I do, whoever you are. If the thing is, if that person is even listening to me right now, or not right now, but like, if that person is even listening to me, then I'm doing something right. Because if that person is completely just not even caring, not even listening to me at all, that's something to worry about. Okay, so I think I'm going to do just fine on a personal level. Because I have the kind of personality that I think just people either love to support or they love to hate. So I have the two parts of it. And I have the third part that a lot of people think I forget. I think a lot of people forget is that it's very important to keep your emotions separate from your online status. I think it's really important. I spent the past 4 years trying to break out of that, and I'm doing a pretty damn good job, to the point where I'm actually starting to like gamify my social media presence, and it might be dangerous, but I'm starting to realize that like people don't know if I'm joking or not anymore. And with great power comes great responsibility. But like, I don't think people like know if I'm joking anymore about stuff. So I don't know. I think I'm doing something right as a content creator if people start like, blocking me on Twitter and stuff. I don't know. I understand, like, I think I understand why certain people would block me. Maybe they have sponsors, whatever. But I think on a personal level, that's really what I care about. Because sponsors come and go, but content creators have a career that spans like multiple arcs of their journey as a content creator. And I have my own that I've had to go through, and that I will continually go through. And right now I'm pretty irrelevant, but honestly, I put my face out there. I put my opinions out there. I don't back down. Like, it's like those are the things that really matter. Because a lot of people crumble under any kind of pressure or any kind of hate thread. Whereas I would actually thrive anytime I got a hate thread. I would respond to people even though they say don't feed the trolls. Sometimes you want to feed the trolls. Okay, like, I've been really careful to not, to avoid certain type of attention. I really have. And I think I did a pretty damn good job of it. Because now I'm pretty much in a state where it's like, I think I'm in a good place because I'm not so irrelevant that I'm like hopeless. I don't, everyone starts somewhere. But I'm also not like hated by anyone who matters. Like, I'm hated by people who are irrelevant, especially anonymous usernames on Twitter, and people who hide behind, who don't even share their face, people who have like such shitty opinions that nobody would ever take them seriously. So as much as they think I'm a fucking loser, as much as they would think that, they're infinitely worse than I am. Okay, so I focus on myself. I stay in my own lane. I focus on what I can do to become better as a person and better as a content creator. And I think that's truly what matters in the long term. And maybe in the short term, it seems hopeless, but I'm holding out faith because I've observed so many people's careers go through ups and downs, and they've managed to get themselves back up. You know, the getting up is the hard part. But I've had a lot of support, and some very key individuals know who I am. And so at the very least, maybe I should just back down for a while and take that W. Okay, I see it as a W. I may have been banned from multiple Discords. I may have been blocked on Twitter by a few people. But at least they noticed me. Okay? I know I'm quoting Mizkiff. But, like, look at him. He's a good example. I don't have to be like him. But, like, as far as being able to bounce back from cancellation, he's the fucking master. Like, I don't have to be like him at all. I don't have to act like him. I don't have to approve of him. But you got to admit, you can learn a lot from people who have been canceled like that. And you would be pretty dumb to ignore that. You'd be pretty, like, you know, for example, like, I don't agree with, like, a lot of the way Asmongold you know, behaves and acts and how he lives. I don't think I mean, he hasn't asked anybody to. In fact, he says his lifestyle is absolutely horrendous and nobody should live like him. But, like, you know, the thing is like, he's dealt with, like, a whole bunch of shit. He's seen so much shit on the internet, probably more than anyone else, at least in the space, at least anybody who's relevant. I think, you know, you go so far down the rabbit hole, you just become beyond redemption at a certain point. But those people are nowhere near, like, they're so far down the rabbit hole. I think there's hope for me yet. Because at least I'm on the up and coming. Okay, it's so easy to give up and to just go into despair, but I have no other choice but to keep moving forward. Okay, it's very clear from my analytics that I belong in this space. Maybe not at the moment, and maybe not exactly every, you know, the streamer space or the YouTuber space at this moment. But I do belong in the space of content creation because my analytics tell me otherwise than what all my haters... Like, my haters think that I'm a failure and think that I'm never going to make it. But my analytics tell me otherwise. Especially when money talks, okay? Money talks. And yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe I will never be, like, on the top. But I don't need to be on the top, okay? I mean, I'm a little bit iffy on topping people, but I don't know. It might be easier after surgery because, you know, that's not what I was talking about. Not that. I don't need to be on the top of the algorithm. I don't need to be on the top of streaming space. I just need to be, like, somewhere comfortable. And I think I am heading in the right direction. I mean, regardless of whatever happens on the internet space, this is all, like, something that's long-term development, long-term goals. And I do have alternative routes I can take as you know, you know, as far as, like, you know, making a living goes. As a content creator, I feel like as long as I keep getting back up on the horse and keep putting my name out there, keep putting my face out there, and don't shy away from opportunities, because honestly, I think that I'm underestimating my superhuman ability to handle pressure. Like, I really do have a superhuman ability. A lot of people would have deleted their social media from all the hate I've gotten, but I dealt with it. I just powered through it. And, like, obviously I'm not saying, you know, the hate will come back, you know, especially then I'll know I'm doing something right. But here's the thing is, like, every content creator gets hate. Every content creator gets right back up on that horse. If you can't handle an LSF thread, you shouldn't be here anyway. But I haven't had those yet, so hopefully, nothing I mean, I'm pretty sure I've been, like, really reticent, and, you know, it's kind of been holding me back because I've been trying to, like, not get any kind of controversy. Because I'm worried, you know, I'm so close to my surgery. I shouldn't be worried about stuff like that. Like, it's so hard to get discovered to begin with, and like, I'm gonna be fine. The law is there to protect me. Like, I'm fine. Like, and I'm not even. I think even my haters kind of respect me in the sense that I don't make it personal, really. And I think that like a lot of my haters like may even like turn around. Because I don't know. I've had a few people coming here to troll me, and then after getting to like watch my like listen to me for a while, they kind of like change their mind. They're like, I was gonna come in here to troll you, but I actually like listened to you, and I'm starting to respect you now. That's a good sign. Okay, that's a good sign. And obviously, I don't know if that person's trolling me with that, but you know, you never really know. I don't know. I've been on the internet for 22 years. I've seen people rise. I've seen people fall. I've seen people absolutely destroy their lives. And I don't think I'm in any danger of any of those. In fact, I think I might be set up to even be on the top. I don't know. We'll see. I just wanted to get a few things off my chest before we started playing some chess. Because I don't want those to come up during my games. It can tilt you really bad. And I don't want to talk about this when I'm tilted. Because I know how I get. I know my tendencies. And the thing is I don't have any coaching. And I think anybody who would like try to like help me one day, like anybody that I would sign on to my team to as a like for consulting or whatever, I feel like this is only the beginning. I haven't even started yet. Hey, Twice Slicer. I haven't even started yet. So like I think there's a lot of hope for my future. I really do. Like, I really think that, like, especially once I start making some real progress, which probably won't really happen until next year. Like, I'm going to be real. I like, right now is my personal development arc. Okay, this is my personal development arc. This is not my content creation arc. The past 4 years, it's been about personal development. And yeah, maybe I kind of tarnished my reputation online. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I've never done anything like racist or like anti-Semitic. Like, obviously I don't have those feelings in my heart. So obviously they're not going to be in my content. And obviously some people would probably like jump at something to like try to cancel me. I think once people really reasonable people like kind of would see right through that, and like they would understand like right away that like, oh, you know, she's just stupid. She's not like racist or anything. I don't know. I'm not trying to do anything obnoxious or cancel worthy. I mean, maybe that's why I haven't grown as a content creator, but I care more about my personal life than to jeopardize anything that way. At least at the moment. I don't know. I feel like once I kind of get a lot more information, I feel like once I get a lot more information and I have a lot more like reassurance of things, I think I'm gonna feel a lot better. Get ready for the attack. Oh no, I'm gonna get canceled. LSF thread incoming. What they don't realize is that I'm even more of a degenerate than they are. That's the thing. So when they try to like come at me with hate threads, they don't even know like how much I have like a superhuman ability to deal with that. Like, I like the attention pretty much. Yeah, it's time to get some chess going. Let's get some music and get some chess. I went to the dentist and I got a filling. I got 2 more I gotta do. Alright, this is good chess music. Has her personal guillotine? Guillotine? I know how to end conversations. It's a superhuman ability. It really is. And maybe that's, I mean, if only I could make it work to like, because what I do is I just end the conversation and that, like I start something and then I could probably use that as a way to like kind of write it and stretch it out. But I've seen enough people kind of like destroy their mental health that way. And my mental health is more important. And so, yeah, and because I've been going through like such a difficult like 4-year process so far, I really, I can't really focus on developing, like on career development so much right now. As far as the content creation goes, I cannot really focus on that right now. It's just too, it would be too damaging to my mental health. Now, there will be a time next year. There will be a day. There will be a day. Mark my words. The pendulum will swing. The pendulum will swing. There will be a day. There will be. Trust me. Trust me. I've got a brain inside of me. Okay? I see super long term. I've seen enough people rise to fame and crash and burn. Okay, I've been taking notes. Okay? So mark my words. Mark my words. Like, it's so hard to see now, but how do people know that that's not what I wanted them to do? Because I see the overall Dow Jones kind of stock market ticker that people go through in their career. And right now I'm at a place where I'm set. I'm primed. Amazon primed. Like, I am primed right now to just coast here for a while and then like I'm at that stage. It's a good stage to be at, although it feels hopeless. But I know, using my brain and my knowledge and my observation of other people's careers, that if I just hold on and don't do anything too fucking drastic, if I just hang out and be a little bit irrelevant for just a while longer, Oh, really? They're doing the Sunbreeze Festival? Nice, but it's gonna break the server. Yeah, I'll have to start that. I'll have to start that maybe in a few days or something, or whenever they clean that up. Yeah, you want to make sure to do the events because you can get some items. You can get some items that you know, that are only available during the event, and they're kind of nice to have. And some events, like the Halloween one, I've never actually done this, but if you get the Trick Staff, I think like the Trick Staff 2, it gives you a free warp for like level 1 all jobs, which is great because instant warp costs a lot of conquest points. Otherwise, you have to either sub Black Mage, which means if you're not a mage, you'd have to like go to a Nomad Moogle, change jobs, and then warp, which you're not always able to do. Or you have to like teleport back to your home nation and then change jobs. Like go to an outpost if like your nation owns it or whatever. Teleport back and then change your job and then warp back. Or you have to buy like a warp. There is like a warp cudgel, but that's expensive. It has like a limited amount of charges. And so it's like either you have to buy a warp cudgel, and it does have like a higher level that you have to wear it. Well, that's good. It's mostly fixed. Oh my god, I remember that too. There's coffee in that nebula. I know it's Starfleet, it's Starfleet regulation to call me sir, but it's captain to you, or ma'am. But don't call me ma'am just yet. God damn, I love Kate Mulgrew. Like, she's such like a strong figure. Like, she's like Mrs. Columbo. Is it Miss Columbo or Mrs. Columbo? Yeah. She's like Mrs. Columbo. She was like Janeway. And she was like on an Adult Swim show that was kind of weird. Yeah, ma'am is okay for crunch time. I just love Kate Mulgrew so much, and she's also like very like, oh yeah, spoilers by the way to the people who haven't watched Voyager, so cover your ears. But Kim never gets promoted. They actually wanted to I actually read an article. They wanted to get rid of him. But he's actually like one of the key central characters. Like jeez. He's forever Ensign Kim. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, what does everybody have? Like he's such an exemplary officer too. But like, they wanted to get rid of him. They got rid of Kess instead. They needed to get rid of a character. But they were gonna get rid of Ensign Kim, but they decided to do the storyline with Kess. And then kind of transition into Seven's storyline. Oh god, yeah, I mean, it is sexy. Yeah, I mean, you know, honestly, this is what I said at the beginning of the stream. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's kind of a double-edged sword, so I think it's kind of neutral. But it really is kind of fucked up how public opinion influences people's careers so much. And as a content creator, as an actor, as a model, whatever, it's really like public opinion and money that talks. And like I was kind of having like a little bit of a rant about, you know, I was reading an article, and people are continually like criticizing like, you know, the situation with Dylan Mulvaney, and like how she like just had one ad campaign, and like everybody like so many people are just throwing an absolute temper tantrum over a transgender influencer having a single sponsorship for a single ad campaign for a single Instagram story, creating so much controversy that it's like, how is that supposed, like, I mean, she's like extremely famous. She has like 10 million followers, and she got like, I mean, she didn't have to. I think she could have dealt with this by like, you know, doubling down and like not backing down, but she like backed away from her like content creation, kind of like she moved to Peru and like South America. Like people were saying South Africa. It's like Peru's not in South Africa. Peru is in South America. Yeah, people are still talking about her, which is good, honestly. If she plays her cards right, this is going to be the biggest move in trans rights ever. Like, if she plays her cards right, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I don't think she wants that kind of attention, though. I mean, she's an influencer. I mean, she's a content creator. Like, she should want that kind of attention. But honestly, it's really hard to tell sometimes with the amount of hatred and vitriol, like the amount of vitriol towards transgender people. It's really hard to tell if it's good or bad to have that kind of hate. But I think it's, in general, I think over time, it's going to be a good thing to just like keep getting back on that horse. And like not backing down to like, you know, all these like, you know, temporary hissy fits people are having over like, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, why'd they make it political? It's like, you know, you see that meme of like the Star Wars, and they're like, oh, you know, it's not political. And it's like they introduce like a black character. They have like a black character, and they're like, why'd you make it political? Like, how is it political to have a black character on the main cast? Like, it's 2023. It was considered really, like, controversial to have, like, Uhura on the bridge, like, on the bridge crew of the Star Trek, on Star Trek. But, like, if you really look back, it's so fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely, like, childish that people would consider it political to just have a transgender person, like, to just sponsor a transgender person. Or to, like, sponsor a black person. Like, if you replaced Dylan Mulvaney with a black influencer, people would be, like, absolutely, absolute. I mean, people are already laughing at the, like, but it's, like, it's kind of, like, a different situation because people, like, don't understand the pattern that keeps happening. Like, the pattern is very clear. Oops. I forgot to do it again. The pattern is very clear. The pattern is like the same exact pattern that has happened for every single influential person throughout the entertainment world. Or just throughout like just the professional world in general. Oh yeah, we don't hire ladies in the workplace. They're only, you know, they're only secretaries. Or we don't hire black people in the workplace because that's not how we are. Like, that's not what we do, or whatever. Like that's not where they belong. And now it's transgender people. Like, oh, we don't hire gay people. We don't hire trans people. Like, now it's the same exact fucking thing. And the people who've been paying attention, like, are like just stressing out beyond belief, like, at how fucking blind people are to this exact same pattern. Yeah, and obviously she's a content creator. They think that she's just like making a mockery of women. This is the same exact thing that like people have talked about, like black content creators. They're like, you know, and I don't want to speak for the black community, but what I've noticed is like, I've noticed this sentiment, especially among older black people. They like, you know, it's usually the older generation, right? The older generation is like, what are all these kids doing acting stupid? Like, I mean, they're like acting stupid. That's what like this sentiment people will have, right? They'll say like people are acting stupid on the internet and that it's ruining black rights. But I think like the answer is not to like pretend to be this perfect version so that you can, fight for scraps at the table. But the fact is like you will never go beyond getting scraps if you don't change the narrative. If you don't take ownership of the fact that like I belong in the space. I can be a dumbass. I can be cringe. That is not who I am as a real person. I mean, maybe that's debatable. But the way I act online is it's not necessarily like a total performance, but it is performative. And like everybody has their unique style for how they behave online. It's a content. It's literally content. Like, do you think that like, sometimes when you're taking a shit, you're like really like, right? But that's not how you are all the time, right? Like they say like, oh yeah, Dylan Mulvaney, I support trans people, but she's making a mockery of women. And it's like, okay, but like replace her with any cisgender content creator. I think there's so many other women that are like quote unquote undermining the feminist movement. According to them, right? According to them, they think that like if you don't behave yourself absolutely perfectly all the time, that it's somehow undermining the movement. That like, oh, women, like that's exactly what we're fighting against. Because people have said, oh, women can't speak their mind. Women have to know their place. Women have to like, it's the same exact shit. Okay. And honestly, it's more confirming of trans people, of like trans people's gender. Because the way that they treat us is the way they've been treating women for like all of history. That like, we have to behave ourselves perfectly. We can't be stupid. We can't be cringe. We can't just have fun as content creators without any kind of like, without any kind of backlash. And Dylan Mulvaney, like, she's proving this. This is like proof in the pudding. It's like time and time and time again. An influencer or an actor or anybody who's an influential public figure who is what the public considers to be abnormal, such as trans people. Some people consider being black to be abnormal. Do you understand? Yeah, it's not even about Dylan at all. It's about like the fact that like people see trans people and they hold us to like such a high standard that if we even like sneeze, like somebody is gonna have like, oh, well, see, look, these people are problematic. Like, dude, she's just this random influencer who acts really silly on the internet because she's like a performer. she's like a stage actress. She's like done Broadway. That's her personality. That's who she is. Like, maybe she's different in her personal life, but that's nobody's business. Like, do you think that, like, every single content creator acts the way they do online in their real life? Do you think Dr. Disrespect puts on that character literally everywhere in his life? Like really, like, if you really, like, you're comparing because certain content creators act more, like, I guess, like, normal and less like outrageous. Like if somebody's putting on a total character, like they're wearing like a clown costume basically. Like if people are wearing a total costume, it's easier for people to like dismiss that as like, oh, it's just a character. Like Tyler One, for example, he's been so consistent in his like personality online that like it would be absolutely ridiculous to like, and I think he even like has taken this so far that even in his like other dealings with other content creators, he still has that persona to some extent. Now, we have absolutely no idea, especially as viewers, but even people who are like people who work with him have absolutely no idea like how he is in his absolute personal life, only the people involved. And so yeah, I mean, it's debatable on whether or not people he's worked with like I mean, obviously he's connected with, he's E-Rob's brother. So like E-Rob E-Rob and Tyler 1 are like connected to like a lot of the people in like Austin, Texas and stuff. So obviously there's a lot of like, there's going to be a lot of bleeding over between personal life and professional life. Although I still think you can work with people and you will still never know them on a personal level. I mean, do you think doctors who work together in like a hospital, do you think they like hang out all the time, like after work? Like maybe sometimes people like hang out after work to get a drink or something, but that's like a professional relationship. Yeah, I mean, even if you're like me, and I kind of like, I'm an artist. I'm a writer, okay? And like, as a writer, if you really want to do something of value to the world, if you really want to do something that matters, you have to allow yourself to bleed a little bit. Not so much that you attract the vampires. Like, you don't want to pull a Chris Chan. Because honestly, I mean, I've watched a large portion of the documentary on her. By the way, her name is Christine, and she is transgender. As much as you may think that you need to gatekeep being transgender, like, she's fucking cringe and has severe mental health problems. And the people involved with that, I don't want to get too far into this because it's a huge fucking rabbit hole. Like, I even like have to take like months of breaks between that documentary. I'm on part 21, or I just watched part 21. Okay, there's so much into that rabbit hole that you will actually drive yourself insane if you watch too much of that at once. Okay, the whole thing, and we can use what happened with her like as like a huge fucking learning experience as content creators. So I think as a content creator, you kind of owe it to yourself to research. Like, what happened with her was there was like a whole group of people that like literally dedicated themselves, and I think they're way worse than Chris Chan. I think they're way worse because these people weren't autistic, or maybe they were, I don't know. But like, these people like knew what they were doing. These miscreant people, they knew exactly what the fuck they were doing. And they were actually, I believe they were committing a crime doing what they did to Chris Chan. Because Chris Chan is like, has severe mental health issues. Like, to the point of like not really being aware of what was happening. And you could argue like, okay, maybe it's like a victim complex thing, whatever. But I think, you know, it would be funny if it weren't real. Because if you took away the reality of the situation with Chris Chan, that's like amazing, like content, like farming and hate farming. But the fact that it's real and that this human being was actually like personally affected by this, and not knowing that these people were not her friends, these people were not like good people, this, you know, like, it's the wrong kind of attention, it's the wrong kind of fame. And like, the people involved, the miscreant people, they knew that, and they literally like kept poking at the beehive and like driving this person to react. And whereas like, I'm autistic, but I have different kind of issues. Okay, mine are more like kind of social integration problems. And to an extent, like, I'm working on it, but I have emotional regulation problems. But I'm not fucking dumb. I'm not stupid. I'm not retarded. Okay? And when I say that, I mean clinically. Like, I am not clinically retarded. Like, I do not have developmental disabilities in that way. In fact, I am very gifted intellectually. My problem is that I have the opposite as far as like social integration. But even that, I've been working on that the past 4 years. But yeah, so we're not even gonna, we're gonna leave that conversation buried where it belongs. But what I was getting at was that when you put yourself online, like you're saying, showing your face on the internet demands a different version of you. That is so true in so many ways. Because even if you're like me and you share a large portion of your life publicly, I am still public speaking. Public speaking is very different. I mean, it's not always prepared. This is improvised. But public speaking is like a very different version of yourself, even if the public speaking version of you aligns with your values. Like, you know, someone like, and I really look up to public speakers in the past, such as like, you know, Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and like I don't want to like, you know, disrespect anyone else by like forgetting their name, but there's so many other people out there that are public speakers that have been key members of social justice movements. And I think there's a lot of the court of a public opinion problem happening now, which is actually, I mean, it's kind of a blessing. It's kind of a good sign that it's becoming more of a public opinion issue with trans people. With the whole Dylan Mulvaney thing. It is affecting people's bottom lines, but I think that's going to recover eventually. Because it's the same issue that every other marginalized group eventually got to. Is that public opinion is still fucked up. Like, there's a lot of people that just don't respect black people. There's a lot of people that just don't respect women. And there's a lot of people that don't respect gay people, don't respect trans people. And now we're getting to the point where all of these other marginalized groups are, which is kind of a good sign, because it means we're heading in the right direction. And it means that we can all rise up together, because more and more people are becoming more, like, we're a diverse culture. We're a diverse species around the planet. Yeah, things seem to get worse, but it has to get worse before it gets better. You're totally right. You know, regardless of whatever happens with my career, no matter what happens, you know, for the situation in the trans movement, that's something bigger than me. That's something much bigger than me that I don't have 100% say. But I do have a say in my personal life and whatever I can carve out in this lifetime. And I think I can do a pretty damn good job once I really start dedicating myself to, like, fully. After my surgery, I'm going to have a period of time to, like, you know, kind of collect myself and kind of gather up, like, you know, and plan the next 5 years of my life for my new 5-year plan. Because by the time I'm ready to start my new 5-year plan, like, I'm finishing up my current 5-year plan, which is personal development, transitioning. What's up, Wazda? Wazda Pasta? Yeah, I mean, people are acknowledging our existence. And also, content creators, like, Dylan Mulvaney has 10 million fucking followers. Okay, it's GG. It's GG for all the haters. Well, thank you, Walter. Yeah, kind of a chill moment. We're kind of in a really, like, laying low portion of my 5-year plan. Because I'm taking care of my personal life, and I've just been coping by doing some public speaking on the internet. Maybe cringe some of the time, maybe a lot of the time. And I think there's worse things than being a little cringe. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I guess Twitter works. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little obnoxious. Some people block me. I think that's more of I think people are worried about sponsors. I kind of don't blame them. Although I wish people would talk to me first. Like, I kind of wish people would, like, DM me and, like, try to have a private conversation before they just, completely block me without any kind of, discussion. But I guess it's just how the space works. Whatever. Yeah, now transphobia is starting to affect cisgender people. That's the thing. And now that that's happening, it's pretty much GG for transphobia. Because once it starts affecting cisgender women, particularly, I don't know if it affects cisgender men as much as it affects cisgender women. Because let's be real, misogyny has affected women for all of time. So, as much as people think that, like, I'm a man pretending to be a woman, like, Jesus fucking Christ, why would anybody willingly marginalize themselves in such a way unless it's something that you absolutely need to do medically? Because I'm telling you right now, being a woman is like a huge fucking eye-opener. It's like finding out Santa Claus isn't real. Like, it's like living, I had so much privilege, even like with the lack of privilege I had, that I felt like, I had no fucking idea. And like, I'm like relatively passing. I mean, most people in real life, like, at least, and even online, like on Discord and stuff. I don't know, we're just talking about, I was kind of venting a little bit because I read an article about, like, Anheuser-Busch, like, lost like $27 billion from doing a single ad campaign on an Instagram story for Dylan Mulvaney, a transgender influencer. And I'm never gonna back down. I'm gonna continually get back up on the horse because I only get one life to live. Okay, and I don't have a choice except to keep getting back up on the horse. But it is, I would be lying if I would say that it wasn't demoralizing, seeing that, like, a transgender person, even somebody with 10 million followers, gets so much backlash for a single sponsor. Like, sponsors are where all the money is. And so I'm going to have to rely, I mean, obviously, I'm in a different side of the industry, so I think I was fine to begin with, because as long as I keep numbers, I mean, that's kind of the issue, is like, if I don't have a plan for, like, long-term, longevity, I mean, I don't know, I don't plan on ever retiring until I'm, like, physically unable to show up. But I think I'll do just fine. But I mean, I can't work right now, so it's like really frustrating. It's too psychologically damaging for me to work. Yeah, it was a sponsored video on her social media to her audience. They weren't targeting, they were trying to expand their audience. Honestly, it's going to work out in the long term. It's going to work out in the long term because if 10 million people support her, it's GG. It is fabricated outrage. I think it might even be a psyop. But now we're getting into tinfoil hat. Now we're getting into tinfoil hat territory. But it is kind of demoralizing seeing, at least in the short term, how absolutely hopeless it is seeming to be a transgender content creator when that's who I am and it's who I've always been. I've been an entertainer and a performer since I was like 3 years old. I've been a musician. I've wanted to like study like acting and unfortunately I never really, I mean, I focused on music. You can only really focus on so much at a time. And I focused on music growing up, but now I want to focus on acting and modeling and all that. And I'm pretty damn good at modeling, at least. I don't have the like equipment, and I don't have the studio set up really to succeed too much. But next year I'll have a lot more peace of mind, and I'll feel a lot more free to go out and put energy into my career and like seek out professional photo shoots. Like I can pay people to have some professional photos done for Instagram and stuff like that. I'm like gonna be saving up some money so I can invest into that, because I need some professional quality photo shoots. You know, like, honestly, I'm not going to back out of an opportunity if I get one. If I see an opportunity, I'm taking it. But right now, obviously, you know, I don't have those opportunities. So I'm not going to, like, actively seek them out when I have other things to focus on in my life right now. Yeah, they act like they were forced to watch it. Yeah. They weren't. It wasn't even aimed at them. But they feel so outraged because a beer company, which beer companies have traditionally supported, like, they've been pretty neutral because they just want customers. They just want people to buy and drink their beer. Yeah, honestly, I only knew about her because she talked to President Biden. Actually, I didn't know about her at all. And then she talked to President Biden, and I think that's how she got a lot of... She was already, like... She had, like, a meteoric rise. She was transitioning for, like, a whole year. And to be honest, she's still in the cringe stage of transitioning. It's probably not until, like, 2 years or 3 years of transitioning that you start to act normal. Well, you start to feel normal. Like, I mean, at least from my experience, the very first year of transitioning is so fucking awkward. I mean, it's puberty. We're going through puberty. Puberty is really fucking awkward. you're trying to figure out how you feel, and you're dealing with new chemical balances. There's a lot of changes happening, and you have to adapt to those. It's a very real thing. And so, like, I think, like, I've noticed this in my own experience, and I'm pretty sure it's the same way for every trans person, is the first year is really fucking weird and cringe, and you start, like, really standing for a lot of things. Because you're looking for something to, like, not blame, but, like, I feel like over time, unless you're actually, like, a political activist and you're gonna be doing, like, speeches and, like, going to, like, rallies and, like, doing legal action and stuff like that, unless you're an actual political activist, I'm pretty damn sure most of us grow out of that. Like, after our body starts to change enough and we start to feel more aligned, a lot of that stuff kind of goes out the window. I'm like, I don't really give a fuck anymore so much. I care about the bigger things. But, like, I don't really care so much about being, like, a social justice warrior. Like, I think that's just a phase for most of us. Like, after about 2 years, you really start to, like, in 2021, I really stopped to care so much. I started focusing more on myself, and I started focusing on the bigger issues, obviously, because it affects me. But yeah, this is gonna, people are gonna, like, I mean, even, like, the CEO or whatever, people are, like, saying, like, oh yeah, you know, it's like the numbers don't lie or whatever. I think in the grand scheme of things, people are gonna look back at this and they're gonna think everybody was so fucking dumb. I mean, people already think people are dumb. But people are, like, eventually, especially, like, later on in history, like, when this becomes later, like further and further away, like, I would say, like, in 100 years, people are going to look back and they're saying, what the fuck were people thinking? Because that's what we say about, like, Jim Crow laws and shit, right? Like, it's so ridiculous. And I think the real thing is that it's starting to affect cisgender women, where people are looking at cisgender women in sports, especially. They're saying, oh, see, look, that's a man. It's like, that's literally a person, like, that's someone assigned female at birth, who just looks like, you know, like what you think is masculine. Like, I would say, like, people have weird definitions of what femininity is. Hey, what's up, Charlotte? I'm good. We're just kind of having a fun discussion. Doing some chess. Playing 9-dimensional chess. It's what I've been doing the past 4 years. And actually the past 22 years that I've been online. Since, like, the AOL Instant Messenger, since the AOL days, the IRC days, the BBS forums days, message boards. Yeah, I mean, black women are affected because, I mean, honestly, like, I see like more what people consider masculine in women. I consider that a sign of strength. Like, I got facial feminization for a reason. Because I had such a prominent, I was born with a very prominent skeletal structure, like facial skeletal structure. Because, like, I'm, like, Cherokee and stuff, like, you know, like Creek Nation, like Creek Indian, Creek Native American, as part of my ancestry, like I'm part Native American and, like, French. So, like, I have a very strong, I was born and like, especially because of testosterone and natal male puberty. I'm from California, from the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm in that part of the world, and I have a lot of resources here, thankfully.
because I need them. I need all the resources I can get. But like, you know, but also people from African descent have a very strong facial features, and some people would consider that masculine. Some women have deeper voices. And so obviously, you know, because of that, black women are definitely affected by transphobia. And you know, most of these women are not transgender. And it's like, it doesn't, you know, it's not ugly to be more prominent. Like, to have a more prominent skeletal structure, that is not manually, that is actually very womanly. Because women, I equate strength to womanhood. The ability to give birth, which is something I can never do. Well, I don't want to say never because there are experimental medical procedures, but you know what I mean, right? I can't biologically reproduce. You're from Texas? Well, I know there's like strong trans communities in Texas, but I'm not really like a proponent of segregation. Oh, thanks for the follow. I'm not a huge proponent of the us versus them narrative. Some people are, and they have every right to. I understand the whole social justice movement and all that. That's not really what I'm about, though. I think we should just all be people. Like, I think that we should just all, like, just stop caring so much about where we came from. Like, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're... I mean, obviously, that's the goal. That's not where we're at. That's why... I'm not a news streamer. I've been around for, like, 4 years. Like, that's where we're at. There needs to be, like, a bit of, like, kind of, like, solidarity. But it becomes, like, an us versus them problem, and I hate that. Because that's only further dividing us. And right now, unfortunately, that's where it is. But I really do think the long-term goal is to stop giving a fuck so much where people came from, because it literally has nothing to do with anybody but the individual, and that's at best. Some people just don't care. Like, honestly, me, I don't really necessarily identify with my transgender status. I identify as female because I am female and I am a woman. I've had an experience of living as a woman my whole life. I just happened to have been assigned male at birth, and I was actually treated in such a way that I think a lot of assigned female at birth people can relate to. Because I was judged by men very unfairly. I was treated by men very toxically, not unlike a lot of women in general. Stream daily. I kind of stream. I'm kind of getting back into the swing of things. Yeah, you can always say something. That's why Ask About the Thing is in there. Yeah, we're gonna have the Star Trek future. For sure. That's where we're heading. We're heading to the Star Trek future. Although it's really fucking hard to get there. There's gonna be a lot of fucking bumps. But I think it's gonna take all the stuff that's happening with which profile? My Twitch profile? I'm gonna tell you right now, Twitch is absolutely dog shit for discovery. And absolutely nothing you do. Obviously, it's good if you have like a really nice profile and stuff. But honestly, that only matters if people are like, you know, they land on your page, and the people who are going to stick around don't really care about that, from my experience. Oh, no. No, okay. Are you heading the direction I think you're heading? Don't do it. Don't do it, Charlotte. Don't do it. Don't be like, Amelia almost did it. Amelia almost did it. Do you want to follow Amelia's footsteps? I think Amelia was joking, though. Yeah, you bring your followers from other platforms, and I got a strategy for that. Don't worry, I have the analytics. Keyword on the analytics. Keyword on the anal part of it. Okay. Take a week off. If you're legit, come back and don't do that. And in fact, I highly recommend to stop doing that ever. Like, just don't ever do that. I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna get banned from every single Twitch streamer you go to. And I speak from experience. Self-promo just doesn't work. If you want to promote, go on Twitter. That's where you're supposed to self-promo. You're gonna have a lot better luck on Twitter. And DeviantArt. Actually, I would highly recommend going to DeviantArt. If you don't know what DeviantArt is, go to DeviantArt. It's the largest online art community. This is where you're going to grow as an artist. Well, TikTok as well, obviously. Obviously. Surely. Eggs. Oh, no, it's eggs. Eggs. It's not eggs, it's eggs. Eggs. Yeah, you're gonna want to go to DeviantArt. That's where you will get attention, especially if you're specifically designing banners and stuff like that. Just put them up for free. I'm gonna tell you right now, put your best work up for free, because your goal isn't to make money. Your goal is to get a following. Put your best stuff up for free, and then take commissions for individual custom stuff. And ideally, don't keep that proprietary. Ideally, take commissions and then release it publicly. Because then you're not just making it for one person, you're making it for everyone. Obviously, if people want to make it proprietary, that's a case-by-case basis to do a contract with... Oh, Ekigis? Ekigis? Yeah, people start... Yeah. Exactly. Put your best stuff out, and then if people want custom stuff, they have to come to you for commissions. Yeah, you want to really hyper focus, but what you can do is you can grow your potential client base. Akugus, Among Us? You grow your client base by putting your best work out for free. That's going to be how you grow. I know people want to like hold out their best work. They say, oh, you know, like this is my sample work. If you want my real work, you're going to have to do it in private. People don't know. People don't have that trust in you yet. You have to put your best work out so people can know what to look for. They're saying, I trust this person now. This person is putting great work out for free. What can they do for a custom commission? Then they start thinking that way, right? That's the psychology of somebody who's looking for custom artwork. They're saying, who's somebody that I know can do a good job? And if you only put like, you know, a couple things out for sample work, they're not going to be able to make that decision. They're going to look for someone else who has a larger portfolio. And then people say, oh, I can't get any clients because nobody wants to work with me, but I put up some samples. And it's like, well, you're waiting for people to give you permission to do work. And that's ridiculous because people are going to look elsewhere. They're going to look for people who are already established, people who did what I suggest, or people who got lucky and just happened to make a client base. And then word of mouth. What you really want is word of mouth. That's the absolute best marketing ever. It'll work better than any other ad campaign is if people tell their friends and family without you asking. Like they say, you know, obviously if you say, hey, tell your friends and family about me, okay, that's one thing. But if you do good work and then people, like especially if it's free, if people show up and they see it and they're like, hey, check out this artist, and they just like blast you to their social media without any prompting, that's really what you want. Yeah, it was some free coaching. I took 4 years of market research, so, you know, to be able to tell you that. However, you have to take into fact that I am not super successful on my own social media campaigns, although that's arguable. I might be on the right path. So there's that. Yeah, sometimes you'll just get... I mean, honestly, it's not just about doing something long enough, because some people spend their whole life for... chess, for example. Some people will be 1,000 rated for their entire chess career. When I say career, I mean, like, when you start playing chess, it's technically, in and of itself, it is a chess career. Whether or not you make money off of it, that's something different. Eventually, you will get, like, integrated into a community, though. And as long as you make the right moves, I mean, pun not intended, as long as you make the right moves, eventually you'll get people who can help you improve. You might not be able to improve on your own, but you can get yourself out there and get noticed, and then people will sign on to mentorship. And that's what you really want. You want mentorship. And mentorship isn't the same as, like, watching someone's videos online. Mentorship is a 1v1, like a one-on-one, agreed upon consultation relationship, which is very difficult to get sometimes, especially in this industry. Most people are in it for themselves, and honestly, I don't blame them. Everybody should be focused on themselves, really. But we're all in this together, though. And so hopefully I can start seeking out mentorship. I can't really do much right now. I'm waiting for a really important surgery. There's like nothing else there's nothing as important as me getting to that operating table. There is absolutely nothing else as important as that, because I need this more. This is completely separate from career. This is completely separate from personal life, but it's actually not. Because how am I supposed to thrive in a career? How am I supposed to thrive socially if I'm not fully aligned with my body? And I'm not willing to go through that game. That endless self-debate that so many people have gone through in the past. And then they transition anyway. Like, I've already mostly transitioned, so, you know, I still need the bottom surgery. But some people wait until they're like 70. I don't want to wait until I'm 70 to be happy. I want to be happy now. I don't want to wait for some arbitrary moment where I get to be happy. You have to make that happen. Even when it's like facing like the most adverse odds, where it seems like you will never be happy. You have to be happy anyway. Yeah, you know, I don't know, long enough, people start to notice you. And, oops, I keep doing this. So, I'm not getting my hopes up. But I'm pretty damn sure some really influential people notice I exist. So I did something right. Now, whether it's the right kind of attention, that's debatable. Whether I left a good impression, that's debatable. I really don't know, and I honestly would drive myself insane trying to guess something that I just can't. I'm not in a position to know because I literally just don't know. I don't know what's good or bad. Sometimes things that look bad are actually good or neutral. Sometimes things that look good are actually bad or neutral. So, I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope. I think there's hope for me. And regardless, I do have a career path that where it doesn't matter whether people agree with me or not. I actually heard Asmongold say that. Said like if your success relies on people to agree with you or not, or to like you, like as a person, then it's destined to fail. So my main career path, the target audience literally doesn't care or probably will never know what my opinions are. And honestly, even the people who hate me will probably still watch me. Let's be real. What am I missing here? Am I just stupid? Oh. Yeah, and honestly, there's really no way to get canceled. People cancel themselves. Like, basically, just never give up. Like, it's a personal decision whether or not you get canceled. People are gonna hate you, but there's also gonna be people who don't give a fuck. In fact, I think 80% of people don't know you exist. So you always have a chance to get back on the horse and redeem yourself. I don't think there's many things in life that you can't recover from. I think that list is a lot smaller than people realize. I think as long as you're always making an effort to improve as a person, I think people are willing to forgive a lot of things. And I'm talking about even like absolute like diabolical things. And I'm nowhere near that. Like I'm not like a murderer or anything like that. But even those people have a chance. In fact, some of those people made illustrious careers. Because there's a redemption arc. Obviously, as long as obviously if you're not trying to be a better person, eventually you're going to crash and burn. To the point where you just can't come back up anymore because nobody trusts you. Because you haven't proven yourself to be even remotely interested in improving as a person. However, I don't think most people have that issue. I think most people want to be good people. I think most people want to be better. Now, we do shitty things and like, we have to, like, be held accountable, but I feel like I paid my dues. I've been trying to recover from my past toxic behavior, and a lot of it was a lot of people understand was because of autism one, and then also because I wasn't able to transition. So like a lot of the shitty like toxic behavior towards people like I don't know, I don't want to get into it, but like and like I yelled and I screamed and I said some really fucked up shit to people. I even I don't want to. There's other people involved. It's not my story to tell, but Like, you know, like you know, I don't know. It's just one of those things. I never did anything like so bad that it's like irreversible. Like as far as like unforgivable. And I have to start with forgiving myself. That's really where it comes from. I mean, that's where I really need, because people have forgiven me. And it's like, who's left? If everyone else in my life has forgiven me for my past that was influenced by a lot of bullshit factors like autism and just my environment, if people have forgiven me and I haven't forgiven myself, then that's some personal spiritual work that I'm still working on. Yeah, I destroyed your life though, so I guess there's no redemption for that. You play Final Fantasy 11 now. I'm sorry, buddy. It's GG for you. Oh boy. Now that you play Final Fantasy 11, I'm sorry. There's no coming back from that. Yeah, that's unforgivable. What? Oh. Oh shit, Ice Energy Team is probably gonna get the shield. Oh hey, what's up, Shogi? What's up, Shogi? How you doing? Bullet's fun. Yeah, welcome back, Shogi. Yeah, I mean, Bullet's one of those things where it's like, you have to understand the context, that it's not the same as classical, it's not the same as Blitz even. You're basically trying to make good enough moves faster than your opponent to not get checkmated. Obviously, like that previous game, I got checkmated. So like it kind of trains your ability to see things quickly. But if you don't train those things slowly, obviously, you're not gonna be able to see them faster. However, I do think it's a pretty great way to try to make decent moves. But if you're not making good moves, I don't think it's very useful. And obviously, I make a lot of mistakes. But I really do think it's pretty fun. And I think in the end of the day, as long as you're having fun, what does it really matter? And if you're trying to improve, I really think it can be argued that as long as you're, and Magnus Carlsen himself has said this, it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're doing something about chess. As long as you're thinking about chess positions. As long as you're working on it. Because your brain is going to work on those all the time. And you have no way of knowing just how much seeing all those bullet games is going to actually affect your overall knowledge of the game. And so as long as you keep building those patterns, and as long as you're thinking at least half decently to be able to make like some decent moves, I think it's a net good. And also just remember, your opponent also only has 1 minute. So it's a relative thing. Yeah, I mean, you can Botez Gambit. I mean, that's where Botez Gambit came from. It's like you can still gambit away. You can still, no, it's not a gambit. You can still blunder your queen and still win because you're not tilting. As long as you don't tilt, your opponent can also make a mistake. So it's like a different kind of game. I doubt that. I highly doubt that he became a super GM just from playing Blitz and Bullet. He did get like a bunch of Blitz titles. He still prepares. I mean, you don't become a super GM by just playing Bullet. Like, you have to actually study the game intensely and play he's played lots of classical games. And honestly, the nature of classical games and how long they are, just playing the games themselves is the study. And of course, you know, a lot of players like Hikaru or Magnus Carlsen or whatever, like, they're obviously doing intense study and preparation. They have to do insane levels of preparation to get the Grandmaster title. Like, it's insane levels of preparation. Like, absolutely insane. They have to, like, not only understand the game in a general sense, but at the GM level, they have to actually study the individual opponents they're playing. They have to, like, look at, like, the statistics of, like, how much, like, you know, which opening have they played against me, you know, and where can I find a novelty that'll give them trouble. They have to study all of their games that are, you know, they find relevant in the time frame, but once they know that their match is posted. Which at their level, they're going to know in advance who their opponent is. So it's pretty intense. The sheer amount of preparation that grandmasters, especially super grandmasters, have to go through in order to play classically. Like tens of thousands of hours. See, I blundered a queen. As long as I don't get checkmated, I'm, oh. Oh, I got timed out. I mean, I got flagged. Yeah, see the thing with Blitz and Bullet, even super GMs make mistakes, and even super GMs make mistakes in classical games. And a mistake to them is going to be a different scale than a mistake by me. But I mean, it's like people make mistakes. People are only human. And that's really what chess is. And obviously, chess engines have changed the landscape of the game so much. But at the same time, you have to understand that chess will always, it always has been and always will be a game between two humans. Because that's what humans are interested in. And obviously there's going to be people who study the chess engines. But like nobody really cares about the outcome of those. They're like, oh cool, I mean maybe. They're like, oh my this chess engine is better because they like did that or whatever. But like in the end of the day, ooh, my performance rating was 2005, only because I played 3 games. And that's the statistical relevance. I only played 3 games, so obviously my performance rating is not very accurate. All my opponents were higher rated than me. Oh, let's do the thematic. I always try to get the thematic tournaments every time I see them. The Super Blitz Italian. Nice. It's the thematic tournaments are really good. Because you're gonna be working on just that opening. When we download all our consciousness into the cloud, well then we're already cyborgs. We already use our phone, like we already use our phones. We're using them in our daily lives. So we're already uploaded into the cloud. Do you understand? Like this, it's not something in the future. It's already happened. So it's like, you know, it's just gonna be what it is. It is what it is. I mean, in the end of the day, that's all anything will ever be. It just is what it is. And we have to find meaning in our own ways. We can't like expect some technology to solve problems for us, because in the end of the day, it's going to be a human problem. But like, you know, people like the drama of chess. The fact that, you know, 2 players are head to head against each other. That's the drama. That's the thing that people are interested in. And yeah, there's always going to be people who are just interested in the chess portion of it. You know, super hyper, scholars of the game. But the general public, for the most part, doesn't even study chess. So they care about the drama, and I think as like the drama. I think as like, especially as a content creator, you have to get over the fact that, you know, people are not going to care so much about your chess gameplay. As a content creator, unless you're like extremely strong, or you know, or at the very least, if you make very educational content that's very niche and very useful, you're still never going to be, even in that case, you're never going to be as Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call and I have to answer those. It was just a reminder. It's like I'm always glued to my phone for a reason, because like, you know, you never know if stuff will, you know, I just need to I need to be responsive to phone calls. I don't want to take any chances. I am putting 100% of myself into everything I'm doing, and I have important phone calls I'm on call for. Yeah, I purposely cut everything off on the feed because, oh no, I lost a bishop for no reason. I mean, obviously to protect my privacy. I don't want to dox myself in that way. I mean, it's fine. It wouldn't have been a bad deal, but you know, obviously my real life. I mean, I'm not gonna dox a phone call. You know, it's pretty standard, pretty normal. I forgot this isn't Bullet. It's Super Blitz. Oh no. Oh yeah, sorry. I cut it off. I cut off the feed before I said it, because I have that 5-second delay. See, I told you. There's some of my viewers know that there's some very, you know, like I definitely do not want to get banned, and you never know what I might accidentally pull up on stream, and so I've solved that problem mostly by adding a 5-second render delay filter to some group folders, like my camera and I added an audio delay to my microphone, and added, you know, a delay to the display capture group, so that it'll take 5 seconds to actually show whatever I do on stream, but I have a button that instantly cuts it out in a way that's not the same as if you go into the OBS settings and do a standard render delay. What that does is it just adds lag. It'll still happen and you can't cancel it. But if you add render delay as a filter and you add audio delay to match it, for your microphone inputs and stuff and your audio sources, then it'll still do it in a lag, but you can actually like immediately cut out to a different scene and turn off all the microphones and all that before it even happens. Like it gives me 5 seconds to hit a panic button. So I think that's super amazing development in my ability to stay safe and to stay unbanned, because I do not want to get banned from any of my platforms. Because you never know what happens live. You never know. Like something, you know, especially things that are out of my control too. Like someone like, you know, trolls me with something and I didn't like check it beforehand. But I usually check things beforehand, like off stream. Or pre-watch things. But you never know. Okay? I might just be like tired and not wanting to do that or something. You never know. Oh no! Okay. Nice! Yeah, what happens is if I don't wait for it to like play out, it'll actually cut out before I even tell you what's happening. Like, because it'll take 5 seconds, so by the time I hit it, I'll be like, hey, I gotta take a phone call, and then I'll click it. I do that by habit, but I forget that, like, you're not even gonna hear that. So I'll say it, but it's not gonna render. Yeah, I mean, just don't even think about it. Just don't think about trolls. That's really all there is to it. Just realize that their life is so miserable that they go online to harass people, which has, like, basically zero repercussions to my life. I really don't care what these people think. They're absolute dog shit losers. That's all there is to it. And so it's like, I mean, think about it. Like, how much energy it takes to go online and harass someone. For what reason? Other than to have some kind of rush of thinking that you're doing something... like that, like, for what reason? Like, what does it even accomplish? I guess they're very small and petty. The best thing is to just not even engage with them. Like, don't even. Like, the best thing is to, and also even me talking about it now is actually like, oops, wrong square. Yikes. I better cancel the feed so that you don't see it. I don't want to embarrass myself with my embarrassing chess play. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. It's been 2 hours. The whole oh god, I keep doing this. I gotta because of that render delay, I have to actually wait and do like the studio mode transition before I switch over. Basically, like the trolls left. I still get hate on a few YouTube comments, but like those are just YouTube comments. Like that's really all it amounts to. And obviously there's always people, like, you always have to be aware that there's like criminals online. They're gonna do stuff, but that's what the criminal justice system is for. You know, those people target you no matter who you are. Especially if you're not, like, if you try to hide yourself, they double down on it. I feel. Yeah, they get really bored. And honestly, I did. I outlasted them. They got bored. I think they moved on to like other content creators. Unfortunately, they moved on to other content creators, but that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna do what they do regardless. And obviously, you need to keep yourself safe. I do my best. I mean, I have like, you know, I've self-divulged a lot of information that I probably shouldn't have, but I kind of, you know, I can't undo it, really. And also trying to bury stuff actually kind of has the opposite effect. It's like the Streisand effect. The more you talk about it, the more you try to hide it, like the more people like look for it, right? Like, so basically just like move forward and don't really like try to think about that too much, and just, you know, understand that the law is on your side. The law is on your side. As much as like we like to, you know, I mean, obviously the law is not always perfect, and there's people who enforce the law that obviously aren't always perfect, as we've seen with police brutality and all that kind of stuff. However, it literally is set up to be on our side. And for the most part, it is. For the most part, it is. Keyword on the most part. But, you know, it's not so much. Not so great. But it could be obviously better, but it literally is set up to protect us. And obviously, like, I feel like if you're more prominent, if you're more public about stuff, then people will be more afraid to commit crimes against you, because then there's going to be more likelihood that people are there's more eyeballs on you. So like if the FBI is watching out for criminals because you're like putting yourself online a lot, then when anybody does commit a crime against you, there's already people watching. And like when you make a police report, like, so I've made a police report about people before, but I don't like talking about it, because the more you talk about it and bring it up, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, not everybody, I mean, I know, not everybody is cut out to be on social media. You might want to just take a step back entirely. Obviously, it really sucks, but hate exists on the internet. It's not going to go away. And the best thing you can do is to say, you know what? I'm not going to let fear drive my decisions. I'm not going to let people who want me to disappear, people who want me to die, people who want me to run away, I'm not going to let them win. But you have to be willing to have that battle if you want to be even anonymously on social media. But you're a content creator. You've signed that you've already signed that away. Like, I mean, it's not too late. It's never too late, obviously. You can always decide not to show back up, to go back online. I don't want to scare you from content creation, but like that's kind of what you're signing up for when you become a streamer or a content creator at all. Like, especially like YouTube and stuff like that. You're signing up for people to look at you, and when people look at you, you're going to get both ends of the spectrum. It just is what it is. But you know what you do is that anytime somebody harasses you, anytime somebody, especially if they're talking about your personal appearance or something about you, like whether you're LGBT or whatever, especially if they're doing that, just ban them and don't even give them acknowledgement of like saying, you know, obviously sometimes there are little key moments where you want to talk about it. And I've done that before. But there's a point where you just, by talking about it, you're giving them what they want. They want you to get mad. They want to see, they kind of get off on it. They're like, oh, look at this gay person or this autistic person or this trans person or this overweight person or whatever. They want to see people get angry and pissed off. Like, they want to see people do that. That's why they're doing it. So if you just ban them and then just keep going as if they didn't even show up, you're completely dousing the fire before it even happens. And yeah, they're gonna keep trying, but then you have to keep trying too. It's a constant battle. It's not really as like poetic as that. It's literally just some idiots on the internet. Yeah, I mean, if people are talking about your personal appearance and stuff, think about what they might look like. Hunched over their keyboard. They've probably been eating Doritos for the past 10 years every day. Fast food. Their room probably looks way worse than mine. Mine only looks bad because I only live in such a tight space, and it's really hard for me with autistic issues to really take care of stuff. But god damn, these people are probably living in actual rat feces. And I'm not even joking. Like, these people are sick. They're actually mentally ill. Understand that. Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want. No one should tell you what you should and shouldn't do. If you feel uncomfortable with people talking about your appearance online, and don't change your behavior based on what they're saying. Change your behavior because you want to change your behavior. Yeah, I mean, I'm embarrassed. You think you're embarrassed to show your bare shoulders? I have like really prominent shoulders, and I also have like back problems that like kind of keep them up. And like, I have like very masculine shoulders, and I'm wearing like a sleeveless shirt right now. I hate my appearance so much, but that's kind of the way I deal with it is I'm owning the narrative myself. I'm the one painting the narrative. I'm the one dictating what I show. I'm not letting other people decide for me how I feel. Because they're going to do what they do. And you just click one button to ban them because they are trash. They're actually trash. I wouldn't put a picture on my... You can't, I mean... You can DM them to me. You already know that we've already talked in DMs. Sorry to dox you. Like, Shogi, if you want to share stuff, just DM me. But I generally don't take pictures of people in my DMs, but... I trust you, somewhat. I mean, still, you can never fully trust somebody on the internet. Like, I know that you're a streamer, but, like... I don't know. You never know. If you really want to post them, you can. I thought you were already a moderator. Now you can post them because now you're a moderator. I thought you were already a moderator. I mean, you've been around forever, Shogi. Oh no, I moderated your other account. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to post them here, but just remember, like, you don't have to post things publicly. You don't have to stream. You don't have to be, I mean, if you want to, then that's what you're signing up for, is you're going to invite hate. It will happen. There's actually, like, okay, I need to play, like... There is a really good... See, Asmongold is actually really good about dealing with hate. Like, I think this is a good video to watch. This was 5 months ago. This is actually a really good video to rewatch. So we're gonna give it a rewatch.
Hey guys, today I wanted to talk to you all about internet harassment and how I deal with it and the best practices to deal with it that I've learned so far. And I'm going to be talking about this primarily on a functional level, like how to deal with it in your stream, on your YouTube channel, etc. And then also how to deal with it in terms of immense mental toll, emotional toll that it can take on you, and the best way to go about it in the healthiest way possible. So it goes as no surprise, and it's no secret that a lot of people have been harassed online recently, and I'm pretty sure if you're watching this video a year after it came out, this is probably still going to be true because that's just the way the internet works. And I think that there's a very unfortunate paradox of creating content online, which is if you create content online, you should expect to be harassed. You should expect to have people bring up the worst things about you. Like if you're fat, they're going to call you fat. If you're ugly, they're going to call you ugly. If you're balding, they're going to call you balding. So, doesn't matter.
If you're trans, they're going to call you a man. If you're a trans woman, if you're a trans man, they're going to call you, I mean, if you're a woman, they're going to call you manly. If you're a trans woman, they're going to call you a man. If you're a trans man, they're going to call you a woman. It's just normal. The hatred, it knows no bounds. Okay, especially as a content creator, they're going to find anything about you. They're going to say like, oh, you know what? Like, you know, they're going to find...
is people are going to pick out the most unflattering thing about you and then try to use that to hurt you. And that's just the way that things are on the internet. This is something you can expect to happen on the internet. And the paradox part of this is that it never should happen. A person should never have to deal with this. A person should never have to be told this kind of stuff. They should never have to be harassed. But it's a catch-22. You should not make content online if you can't deal with harassment, but harassment should not happen online either.
And that's the key. That's one of the things that you will find out either the hard way or the easy way. If you are online, you are signing up for that. It is inherently part of the territory. And whether or not you like it is irrelevant. Because it's just a fact of life. Okay? It's a fact of life. Now you can do your part to try to improve it, but it's with the acceptance that it's going to happen. Anybody throughout history who has put themselves out online, or even before the internet, people have been assassinated for making public speeches and trying to make changes, such as Martin Luther King Jr. trying to get voting rights. And like representation, you know, because without voting rights, how are you supposed, like, you have equal rights, quote unquote, but how are you supposed to get people into like positions where they're going to have the ability to make a difference, like being judges? You know, that was the big thing in the 60s with Martin Luther King Jr. trying to get voting rights so you could get judges, so you can get more people in juries to stop convicting. And it's still a problem today. But like, you know, because there wasn't black representation in actual key members of government and justice and judicial systems, because there's less voting rights for black people, there's less representation in key positions. Like, he had to make that movement, but he paid the price for it. But he sacrificed himself. He went into that knowing that his life would be in danger. Now, you don't have to go on the level of Martin Luther King Jr., but you have to understand that if you put yourself out there, you're going to invite everyone. You're going to invite the good and the bad and the neutral, mostly neutral.
So that's the world that we live in. So I'd like to tell people kind of how I navigate that space.
No, the thing is this is a false premise. Because having supporting audience because every time one of your level of audience increases, the other one does too. So you need to just stop caring so much about them. It's really a personal thing. Keep yourself safe, but honestly, like, it's a personal choice how much you're affected by it. And I know a lot of
I've had a lot of times where people have been angry at me. Sometimes I've dealt with it in a good way, sometimes I haven't. And I've learned from that in both ways. I think that sometimes failing teaches you more than succeeding does. So anyway, I think the first place that I want to start off at is how to deal with, how to categorize people's feedback. And I made a tweet about this recently, is that there are a lot of people who like posting their hot takes on the internet. They like, you know, saying the thing that's controversial. They like...
I know, right? You put yourself on the internet, you say controversial things, even if they're decent, reasonable things that people think are controversial. And guess what happens? But, you know, you deal with it. You just like say, you know what? I did nothing wrong. And you didn't. I didn't do anything wrong. I was expressing myself publicly. People might not like it, but I did nothing wrong. I'm expressing my First Amendment right to speak my opinion without retaliation. As long as you're not committing a crime. Like, I'm not committing crimes. So, like, I'm good.
Being a little bit edgy, and then the moment that anybody says, hey, that's really edgy, I don't like that, shut the fuck up, you're wrong, that's stupid, then they're like, oh my god, I'm getting harassed. I'm sorry guys, but being harassed on the internet is not whenever people disagree with you. Okay?
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people get wrong. Harassment is when people literally, like, have, like, a dedicated campaign towards causing you harm. Or attempting to cause you harm. Because remember, it is a personal choice. Repeat that with me. It's a personal choice how much random pixels on your screen affect you. Because these people are not in your face. They're not personally harming you. They're typing words with their keyboard into an internet social media website. And as long as you keep that perspective, like, you're good.
Being disagreed with and disagreement and people not
Well, don't dox yourself, Shogi. I'm gonna delete that. Don't dox yourself.
thinking the same thing you do, that's not them harassing you, okay? But there is a lot of cases of actual harassment. So I'd like to show people a little bit how kind of like
I mean, because I'm pretty sure, I mean, don't dox yourself. I mean, but I'm you know, you got to remember, as a moderator, you have to understand that, like, certain things, like, you have no way of verifying. I have no way of verifying if you're in a state where it's legal or not, and I have no way of verifying. So just remember that. Like, don't, you know, I'm just gonna delete the comment and we're gonna move on.
differentiate the two. So number one is that if a person puts in their comment a personal insult on your physical appearance, that comment goes in the garbage instantaneously. I stop reading it. I stop caring. I stop even taking it seriously in any.
Yeah, and it does kind of affect you. It's like somebody poking you. I forgot who this says. Obviously, somebody would probably, if I had like a larger viewership, someone would correct me on this. I don't, but I mean, I would probably source this. But there was a content creator who was talking about how basically, I think it was Nimn. I think it was Nim. Nimn. I think it was Nimn. He was talking about how, like, hate comments on your stream or on YouTube or whatever, it's like someone lightly poking you with their finger. But over time, it really starts to affect you. Okay? But you kind of have to just build that kind of level of, yeah, okay, I know, okay, like, we're not even going to talk about it because I saw the comment and I didn't even read it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. I saw the comment and all I saw was one thing, and I'm looking out for you. It doesn't even matter. I deleted it. It's not because of anything it's not about you personally. It's not about you personally. Oh, you jaywalk.
Capacity. So if they're calling you fat, if they're calling you ugly, if they're making fun of your physical appearance in any way whatsoever, you should probably just take that criticism and throw it in the garbage. Because the odds are this person just fundamentally does not like you, and this is just what's going to happen. Like,
yeah, like, why spend all your energy trying to change something that you just cannot change? You're not going to change. Like, I'm not going to be able to change. I mean, you might, but, like, I'm not going to spend the energy to try to educate somebody who literally just will not fundamentally accept me as a human being. For example, I am transgender. There's a good amount of people that will absolutely fundamentally never accept me, even though their religion says they should, but they think that it says they shouldn't. But their religion actually says they should.
Put yourself out there, and there's going to be a lot of people that just simply don't like you. And what's even more odd about this is that there will be people that don't like you because a lot of other people do like you. It's the same as, like, there's contrarians, right? They're the people that hate all the popular shows. They don't listen to the songs on the radio. You know, these kinds of guys. So that's just the way that they are with content creators as well. You just have to be ready to acknowledge that if you
Yeah, the context matters, because you might just think, these people have something else going on that has nothing to do with you. Has absolutely nothing to do with you. This is their own projection. They have a problem on a fundamental level in their brain. And you should pity them, ban them, and then, like, don't feel sorry for them, but, like, realize that they are absolute, like, they are tortured. Like, just imagine what kind of thought process has to go through your head to wake up, get on the internet, and go and harass people that you've never met. Like, just think about it. You're not a hater. You're just a contrarian, like a contralto. Don't take any medicine. Don't take any medication that's contraindicated. Some people are like that. They're like, oh, I don't like that because, like, that's what everyone else likes. Like, I'm different. I'm not like other girls.
If you want to make yourself happy, you have to know and acknowledge that there will be other people that don't want that to happen. And it's not fair, it's not good, and it is true. And I think there's a lot of elements to this that is pretty much along those lines. Is that there are things that should not happen, but they do, and this is how to deal with them whenever they do happen. So anyway, any criticism, any feedback that people give you that is tied to a personal insult, that is tied to your personal appearance, your physical appearance, throw that in the garbage. The next thing to do is to also look at comments of people that are, like, actually trying to engage with you, because I don't think that it's always a bad idea to engage with and try to talk to people that might have a different point of view. But one thing that I've definitely learned is that there have been a number of these times, and I'll give you guys an example of this, right? So how many of you all have seen, like, I don't want to go too far off on a tangent, so I'll try to keep this short. How many of you guys all seen an article, and the article puts out misinformation? And then the article stays up, and then the misinformation is corrected later on, but the misinformation has like 1,000 likes, and the article had 100,000.
So this happened to me personally, where people continually think that, like, obviously people are going to attack me personally for like a video they saw of me online. That is, like, not a good indicator of who I am as a person. And I've since, like, showed, I didn't even tell. Like, there's this thing called show don't tell, right? I literally have shown that I have improved as a person, and in general, there was contextual information that people just literally don't know about that situation. And so, like, I already, like, I made a statement, like kind of shortly after, and then a year after, and then also even before that, though, like, I just kind of moved on, and people realized that I'm not the kind of person they thought I was. So it's the same idea. Like, if somebody posts an article that says, like, Elon Musk just sold Twitter to the aliens, but, like, and it's, like, verified by all the sources, but then a day later it said, oh, this was all a hoax. But there's always going to be people who are, like, still clinging to, like, the original article because they literally just haven't read the revision. So that you have to understand also that there's going to be like, for me, there's people who come in from that video and they haven't seen anything else that I've made. And so I have to kind of keep an open mind, but there's a certain point where I'm just like, I'm just going to ban these people. Like, like it's not worth it. If they're not going to give me enough benefit of the doubt and time to even give me a chance to try to see what kind of person I am, because they saw a video from, like, 3 years ago that was, like, at the height of, like, a very difficult time in my life. Yeah, he sold Twitter to aliens, didn't you know?
So the misinformation just doesn't really, or the claim that the actual correction has, like, almost no traction, but everybody still believes the base article. And this is an unfortunate reality of the internet, because the base article is probably more interesting, so people care more about that than whether it was fake or not. That doesn't really matter. And I think that also goes into another bigger element that I'm going to talk about soon, is treating yourself like an entertainment station and treating yourself not like a person.
It's really hard for some people. Obviously, me, I have attached a lot of my personal identity to my online presence. However, I have taken a lot of effort, and I have gone through a lot of really really tough learning experiences to learn that you need to be able to emotionally detach yourself from your online presence. That your online presence is a projection that you have chosen to put out. And that so you get the choice of what people see. Now, how they react to it is up to them, it's not up to you. But you get to decide what you put out there. And sometimes we make mistakes. I've made mistakes. But the moment we start to put our emotions into our content, this, and it doesn't mean you can't be have emotional content. What I'm talking about is attaching your emotions to how people react to your content and to having like a personal attachment to it that is really honestly unhealthy. Because it is a projection of you in an entertainment form. It might be educational, it might be entertainment, whatever. But it is still not you. And what you put out online is only, at best, a close representation to who you actually are. It is never actually going to be you. I would say that it's not like it's significantly different. It's just I engage with people on a personal level very differently than I do online. I'm actually very quiet, except for people that I'm very close with. That there's people in my life that I've known a lot longer, and I'm more like my internet self with them. However, I still am more easygoing and a lot quieter in person. I like to listen a lot more. I like to just be in the moment a lot more. I've made things less about myself. A lot of that required therapy, and a lot of the therapy required me to start hormones, and hormones have an effect of softening who you are, because going from testosterone to estrogen, like, that's a huge game changer for me. It's made life so much better in that sense. Like, I mean, it's made everything better. It's made some things more difficult, but that's just a price of being a woman and being trans. Like, that's something different. But like my interpersonal relationships, I've made some mistakes because I've been going through some tough times. However, I don't think it's irreversible, and I also think that on average, like on the whole, I've become a much healthier person, and
It's very important, I think, and I'll talk about that more. But anyway, so I made a video, and a person claimed that they had their video DMCA'd by Amazon.
yeah, and also don't even try, honestly. Like, I mean, you could obviously, but behind the scenes is not actually behind the scenes. It never will be, because anything that you put out online is content. As soon as it gets published, it is content. It is no longer a part of you. And so behind the scenes is not actually behind the scenes. It's just new content. It's a different area of your content. Literally 100% of things that you put out publicly, even DMs, is public. It is something that is outside of yourself. It is outside of your personal life. And it always will be. So even DMs are public, and you should treat them as so. I only tell people things in DMs that I would pretty much be okay saying publicly. Now, obviously, there's information that people don't want to like discuss on public platforms, etc., etc. But still, I have a habit, and I've had this habit for a very, very, very long time, as I've been on the internet for 22 years. Deleting the VODs doesn't work either. Because you have to understand, you're not famous now, but there's always somebody who's going to keep OBS open. There's always the potential that someone's going to take screenshots. Someone's going to record the video. And you have to know this. I've been on the internet for 22 years. Okay, I've learned from my mistakes. Saying things online, the best way and the healthiest way to go about it is to treat literally every single interaction you have online as 100% public. 100% public. Nothing is private. Absolutely nothing is private.
on because it was showing a hack or some sort of exploit in New World.
No, my real personality is not my internet personality. I was saying the opposite. The person I really am IRL is not the same as my internet persona. I'm a much more exaggerated kind of ridiculous clown on the internet. I'm not like that in person. Well, to an extent. I'm like my personality still shines through. But it's not the same as who I am on the internet, because the internet is a weird place that doesn't that has a kind of a different kind of existence than our regular life. And also I am a public I do public speaking, and I am trying to entertain and educate people depending on the day.
And I said that Amazon was pieces of shit for doing this, and I went off on a tirade about this, and I said if this was true. Well, it turns out that it was not true. And
well, no, the thing about it is you should never believe that anything you put on a different account, or anything that you do on like a behind the scenes account, or like, it's all the same, because it's all attached to you. And if there's somebody, if you're even a little bit famous, like even me, I am a little bit famous, okay, with the people I don't want to be famous with, but that's just a fact of life. There's going to be people who hate you, and they want to hate you, and whatever. But you have to understand that literally everything you post online should be treated as if it's going to be publicly posted to millions of people. As long as you live with that understanding, even though obviously most things in private are going to stay private, especially if you make a contract like an NDA with those people with repercussions, you should still act under the assumption that they will potentially make it public if they have any reason to do so. So just remember that. When people say keep yourself safe, it's not because you're doing anything. Obviously, if you're doing things illegal, then you should get caught. Like, whatever. Like, if people are, like, like, getting into DMs with, like, underage people and doing shit like that, those people need to be exposed. Like, trying to get, like, nude pictures and all that kind of shit. That's really fucking weird. That's criminal, and that should be treated as such. But just remember that nothing is private. Those people think that they're private. They're actually being seen by, like, FBI and shit like that. And it's good, because those people need to get caught so that they don't harm children.
And I took the video down. I took it down because I was like, this video spreads misinformation that makes Amazon look bad in a way that was not true. And they still made a mistake by DMCAing the video, but it was not for this reason, so I issued a correction, and I deleted the original video. Well, people, of course, guess what? People thought Jeff Bezos paid me to do that. So I went on and I made an honest, good faith effort to explain to people why I made the decision that I did. And they said, shut up. You're just being paid by Jeff Bezos again. Oh, is he paying you to make this video too? And the reality is that I'd say about half of those people are trolling and the other half are not. And the reason why I'm getting to this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that. I mean, it's like that in real life too. Because internet is a part of real life. And as much as, like, it's ridiculous kind of clown show, it still reflects the way human nature is. And the way human nature is like, you come out to people, everyone else is going to know eventually, because someone's going to talk about it. No comment.
This is that people never like being proven wrong, and people will more than likely say that they are trolling, or hold on to a bad opinion they have, rather than actually change their opinion whenever being presented with new evidence, because they don't have to change their opinion. They're under no obligation to be beholden to facts or like science or
yeah. I mean, and they're anonymous usernames. They don't share their face. They usually have like an anime profile picture. Not saying, okay, so you obviously you're different, okay? Okay, you're different, okay? You're expressing yourself. I'm talking about the people who have like some anime profile picture, They have some anonymous username that's probably like their 100th account that every other account has been banned off of Twitter or whatever, and they've just harassed people, and they like come to you and they try to just like jump on the train again. They try to jump on the bandwagon.
Evidence or anything like that. They don't give a fuck about that. They just want to see you take an L. And in a lot of cases, it's not even about you. It's about they don't want to take an L themselves. So even whenever confronted with unverifiably or like undisputably verifiable evidence that this is not the case, or another good argument.
Yeah, and we get into this trap with like transgender medicine because these people keep ignoring empirical data. They keep ignoring like actual reality. And the more we engage with them, it's just going in circles. And so it's like we keep repeating ourselves over, and like in the medical community has to keep repeating themselves, like, you know, all these claims are completely go against the actual lived experience of trans people and the medical providers. It goes against the empirical data. We already know this, and these people don't want to believe it. And so they're not going to. And so that we just kind of need to protect ourselves and just ignore those motherfuckers. Because as far as transgender medicine is concerned, we're not going to be able to educate these people because they do not want to be educated.
They will still not believe it because they don't want to. And I think this is another element here, is that people are going to believe what they want to believe. And it doesn't matter how good your argument is. It doesn't matter how hard you try. It doesn't matter how many times you rewrite the same tweet in your head.
Wait, Brave Fencer Musashi showed up in my playlist? Oh, the music. Yeah. You know what's interesting is there was actually a turning point in my life where my brother had made a decision on which video game to buy for like Christmas. And it was a choice between Xenogears and Brave Fencer Musashi. And he got Xenogears. And I'm really glad he did, because that game really helped me grow up a little bit more and appreciate like more mature themes. Because I was just a kid who played video games. I think if he got Brave Fencer Musashi, I would have missed out on an opportunity to really grow as a person. I mean, I was like 10 years old. And I was playing a game rated mature that had really advanced themes. I'm autistic, so I'm a little bit more. I read a lot more, and I would like argue with the teachers, and I would always know the answers. I was like reading about advanced history and like advanced math and all that kind of stuff when I was like 10. Like,
Listen, people are just going to think that, and it doesn't matter. I've always used a phrase.
Oh yeah, it had the Final Fantasy VIII demo disc on it. Yeah. Oh my God, you never played Xenogears? I might do a playthrough on stream one day. Xenogears was like life-changing. It is a work of art. Like, Xenogears is probably, I would say, actually, not probably, Xenogears is the most important work released by Squaresoft, which is now Square Enix. Xenogears is the #1 most important work of art ever created in the JRPG space. Period. It deals with themes that go well beyond like what any video game has ever dealt with. It almost wasn't released in North America because it dealt with themes of battling against God and all that kind of stuff. It was almost not released in North America because it was deemed too controversial. Yeah, I mean, Brave Fencer Musashi was pretty game-changing too. Oh, you got obsessed with shogi. I don't know. I really do think that there are some things that they might, depending on whatever. I think some things are destined to be fate. Like for me, like obviously the timing and stuff changes, but I was always destined to transition. Like, I am transgender. That's not going to change. The specific environment that allowed me to transition could have been different. But like that, I gravitated towards things like chess when I was a kid. I would have eventually gotten into chess regardless of whether or not my dad got me a chess computer, because I was so into chess on like, but I was like playing the Nintendo and like and all that kind of stuff, and I couldn't get anybody in the family to play me because I was too good. I couldn't. I had a friend across the street that would play, but like I always wanted to play and there was nobody to play, and so I would play on the Nintendo, the Chess Master game. But like I think the electricity bill was getting too high, so my dad got me a chess computer, like one of those Radio Shack ones, and I would just play against the chess computer and just like try to level up that way, like play the like keep increasing the difficulty until I couldn't win anymore, and then like maybe decrease it again, and I had a lot of fun on my chess computer.
You build 100 bridges and you suck one dick. You're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. And it doesn't matter what the
True.
proportion is. It matters how interesting it is to say what the different things are. What's more interesting, a dick sucker or a bridge builder? Well, I think a lot of people would say a dick sucker. So that's just the way the world works. And the reality is that oftentimes, like I always looked at myself, because again, like whenever you take criticism, I think it's important to kind of create an effigy of yourself that is who you are online. And it's kind of like a target dummy, a scarecrow, whatever you want to use. There's a million metaphors for this. But the point is that people attack the person who you are online, not necessarily you, because as anybody who makes content online knows,
Yeah, and always remember that they don't know you. They will most likely never know you.
who you are online is not exactly who you are in real life. I think that there's a very large spectrum for this. You
I mean, probably both, to be honest. Probably both. Huh.
know, whether it's somebody who's streaming 24/7 or somebody like Dr. Disrespect who completely plays a character. But in general, I think that this is true. Is that you generally act different on camera than you do off camera, in the same way that you probably act different around your friends than you do around your grandma. So that's very normal. It's very healthy. There's
No, I'm not always live, Atomic Bomb Tendo. Definitely not always live. In fact, I'm about to end the stream. It's just Shogi brought up a point, and I wanted to bring up a video that expressed that point about dealing with haters online. And there's a really great video that I'm rewatching to kind of cover that.
There's nothing wrong with that. And I think that also it allows you to disconnect yourself and kind of have a little bit of dissonance between the things that people are saying to you and the things that personally bother you. And I felt that that helps me a lot. And also, I even took this a step further, and I've tried to do this in the last, like, maybe year or two, is that I've looked at everything that happens to me. I stopped viewing myself as a person. I've stopped viewing myself as an individual and, like, what I want, what I need, how I feel. I threw all those things in the garbage because nobody else cares about that. People care about the content. They care about being entertained. And if you're not doing that, nobody cares about you and they don't like you.
Yeah, I mean, as much as like I would like them to, like honestly, the reason I share stuff about my life online, I'm trying to reduce it because it's just true. Nobody gives a fuck. And like obviously, yeah, you do, but you're one of my mods. Like there's a reason, is because you've showed up and you've shown interest. But I'm going to tell you right now, the vast majority of people absolutely do not give a flying fuck about me or what's going on in my personal life. The reason I have shared so much is because I've been trying to contribute to something bigger than me, which is education around, like, there's a serious lack of long-term data about trans people and what we go through, and rightfully so, because most people are not willing to put themselves out there the way I have. So I feel like I'm doing something that's going to benefit society. Like it's a scientific endeavor. I mean, I'm not trying to pump myself up as this like savior of humanity or whatever, but I do feel like I am doing something of value that's really important to history. Not only that, And in fact, in a lot of ways, more of the reason why I do it is because I've been trying to process things on a personal level. And the closer I've gotten, as I've gotten closer and closer to feeling complete and inside my own body in a way that's happy, the closer I've gotten to it, the less I feel like I need to put it out online, and the more I can get towards thinking about content in an entertaining or educational way. Right now I'm permanently disabled. I'm receiving SSI payments, and I'm waiting to. I'm long-term developing my career. I want to get certified in accounting, like CPA and stuff like that. But I am pursuing a career in content creation that I already have analytics for to show that I am going to be very, very successful in. But I need to align myself spiritually and physically and spiritually, by getting this surgery and going through a personal process of personal development off stream, before I can actually pursue that full time. So right now I don't have an occupation. I mean, my occupation is to just be healthy and get myself to surgery.
Oh, the way that I try to look at things is that I only look at perspectives, and I only look at doing something from the perspective of how is the viewer going to feel about this.
Oh, well, thank you, Shogi. Welcome back twice. Yeah, I mean, there's not many LGBTQIA plus people on streaming in general, and a lot of that is because of what you were talking about. And like I said, it is your right to refuse to be a content creator. Nobody asked you to do that. No one's forcing you to be a content creator. I would hope. I would hope they're not. So it's a personal choice whether or not to subject yourself to online harassment. You know, it's a personal choice. And if you're going to make that choice, then it's a personal choice. Like it's up to you to strengthen your resolve. It's not up to anyone else. Obviously, the whole Twitch do better kind of thing, I get that. And I understand, and this is where I disagreed with this whole, like, you know, a day off Twitch hashtag movement. I agreed with Asmongold's statement on it. I was probably the only trans person on all of Twitter to actually publicly agree with him. And I got a lot of support through his community, which his community is famously known as being more right-wing. But I agreed with him that it was absolute dog shit idea. Because not only does it save Twitch money by not using up their resources, if you really wanted to say fuck you to Twitch, have everybody use as much bandwidth as possible, taking up as much cloud space as possible and server space as possible by going live 24/7 with like a link to like, you know, with like the hashtag on it, and like a link to like educate, and with like a page, like a screenshot of like an educational page of like what it's all about. That would have been way better. Because if you got like thousands and thousands of people to do that, that's thousands and thousands of people who's taking up Twitch's resources. But they didn't want to do that. Instead, they wanted to do some feel good, make myself feel better thing of like, yeah, hashtag day off Twitch. That doesn't do anything. It just annoys people, and it makes our problem even worse because people see trans people, especially, as just these blue-haired social justice warriors who just get angry at anything they disagree with. And I completely separate myself from that movement. I completely separate myself from this whole social justice warrior feel good. Now, there's difference between social justice and being a social justice warrior, because social justice is about getting equality in the workplace, in judicial system, in like political system. Like, that's different, okay? And, you know, all that kind of stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people doing slacktivism, going online and doing a hashtag and getting angry and like you know, yelling at anybody they disagree with because they think that some content creator has to agree with them. And I agree with Asmongold on his statement that nobody cares and they're not going to do anything. And at best, It's going to be neutral, but at worst, it's going to hurt the movement. Because people, like I said, people are going to see trans people as these unreasonable, angry people that just want to like cancel everything. Oh yeah, Carolina. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of support in the shogi community. To be honest, like I really feel intimidated by the shogi community and the Go community. And honestly, I still feel intimidated by the chess community. I feel like I don't belong. And it's for different reasons. I just feel like I don't belong. Because every time I try to do something involving chess or shogi, I feel like I'm not really like a part of it. I try to be, and I never really feel like I'm a part of anything. And I feel discouraged from continuing. That's kind of a personal failing.
And also, if it's something that's in my benefit, like, I don't know, doing a sponsorship or something like that, then I only look at it from that perspective. And I don't, oh, my monitor turned off. I'm using that as a light, by the way. There we go. That's a little bit better. And I try to look at it in that way. And I know this might sound very odd and maybe even a little bit sociopathic, that I don't even view myself as a person whenever I'm online. But the truth is that I'm not.
I think it's more of a symbolic gestures. I mean, obviously, I highly doubt that Asmongold does not see himself as a person connected to his content. I think it's more symbolic, and in general, you try to lean towards not seeing yourself and attaching your emotions to who you present yourself as online. Because obviously, it's human nature. It's going to happen. But it's more of a mindset thing.
Just pixels. I'm not a real person. Yeah. But the truth is that I'm not. I'm just pixels. I'm not a real person. You don't see me. You're looking at a monitor. And you're looking at a phone. And yes, of course, this is a I'm 14 and this is deep statement. But I think that there is a certain level of truth to it. And in that truth, I think that you can actually find solace in the fact that what you are is not this entire person. It's just this version of yourself that people see.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of empowering because you know that, like, it would be terrible if that was really you. And so much of us, it is human nature to attach your identity to anything. Like, if it were true that who you were online was a representation of yourself, then everything that the people hate about you online would be true. And it's not, because you know who you are. Your friends know who you are. Oh God, now I have to do this.
You want to hurt me? Go right ahead if it makes you feel any better.
All right.
You want to hurt me? Go right ahead if it makes you feel any better. I'm an easy target. Yeah, you're right. I talk too much. I also listen too much. I could be a cold-hearted cynic like you. But I don't like to hurt people's feelings. Well, you think what you want about me. I'm not changing. I like me. My wife likes me. My customers like me. Because I'm the real article. What you see is what you get.
Yeah.
And whenever you can contextualize and compartmentalize where you are in that little box, it makes it much easier to be who people want you to be, and also to be the person you want to be in another way. So whenever I've taken that approach and people have gotten really mad at me for something like that, I don't really care, because getting mad at me, hate threads, positive threads, I don't know what those are like, but I've heard they're good. It's all the same. It's all content. So
yeah, I mean, obviously it's nicer when we get positive stuff, but you have to realize that that's not real either. That you as a person are much bigger than some pixel on a screen. It's empowering. And also you have to remember that oh, what was that comment? Help, I'm trapped in your monitor as a blob of textual pixels. You're trapped. I have trapped you here, Shogi explained. I have trapped you here. You are my prisoner. I have taken your soul and put it into pixels.
You anything good or bad that happens to you as content. And I think that way it gives you, not only does it give you a certain level of disconnect from it, but it also gives you a control over it. Because now you're not thinking about, oh, this is happening to me. Now you're thinking about, imagine drawing cards. And if you draw a card that's not the card you want to draw, you still have to find a way to plan it or to play it anyway. And I think that gives you more autonomy and more control over the outcome in your life. And overall, I think that's a much healthier outlook than to just blame the internet for being mean or to blame a group of people for being assholes or something like that, because all you're really doing is blaming something other than yourself. And you can do that, by the way. You can say that it's totally somebody else's fault, and you know what the best part is? You're probably right. And you know what the worst part is? Nobody fucking cares, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how often you're going to go and say that, oh yeah, this is all these other people's fault, and, oh, this isn't my fault, like, oh, this happened to me, it's not fair. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. And to the extent that you start complaining, people will start resenting you. Because as a content creator...
Now here's the thing, is it does matter in the sense that there are people who will support you, especially people in your real life. But just remember that, like, you're making, as a content creator, especially on the internet, there is a giant international audience. And I hate to use, I don't hate to use, I'm using Asmongold's talking points, but I agree with them. That's why I'm using them. Is that there is an international audience. And especially being transgender, you have to understand there are countries where it is punishable by death to be transgender. Okay? So you're not going to be getting 100% approval. You never will. It was never going to happen, regardless of what demographic you're from. So this need to attach your identity to how people treat you is never going to be something that you want. It's never going to be something that is real. It is never going to exist. Like, you are not going to be happy that way. You never will be. You never will be happy that way. Because the internet's attention is so fickle. Like Shogi explained, you might disappear entirely from the internet without me even knowing about it. Like, you're just pixels on my screen too. But I mean, there's a certain comfort in that. That's why we come to the internet. That's why we're here, is because it's not something that is like our real life. It is something separate from our real life. It would not be what it is, and that's a good and bad thing. It would not be what it is if it was the same as real life. It is a representation that we choose to create. Some people are more anonymous. Some people are less anonymous. But just remember, you get to decide what you put out, but you do not get to decide how people react to that. And it's a fact of life, and it sucks, especially in my situation where I'm desperately trying to, like, grow as a content creator. Although, like I said, I am not in the stage right now where I want to devote a lot of my time to actually being a content creator. I mean, technically, this is content. However, I am not delusional in thinking that I am going to grow as a content creator by streaming a few opinions of mine or going on Twitter to say a few opinions. There needs to be a dedicated campaign across multiple social medias that requires some actual work. I mean, it's about working smarter, not harder, but it's still work. There still needs to be effort placed into it, which I am not willing to do at this time. And so I understand I am not willing to do that, and I don't expect results. And even if I was willing to put that energy in, you still can't expect results, especially if you're streaming. And people need to get this through their head that as much as like discovery tools can change things, like as much as all that can be true, as much as like websites and social media sites can increase the algorithm to like help you grow, you will not grow if you have not dedicated yourself to fostering an audience. And that requires actual effort. You know, there's a reason why, like, you know, like you have to do something that's actually accomplishing something. It doesn't have to be something insane like becoming president of the United States. But like, you know, you have to grow your audience somehow, and there's ways to do that. But you have to understand that you can't be delusional in thinking that there's a guaranteed path, because it's not. You're just rolling the dice every time. And you roll the dice enough times, and you kind of change you kind of change things into your favor over time, and that can kind of fluctuate both directions. Like in mine right now, I probably have like the lowest luck possible right now. I kind of guaranteed that for myself. Some of that's my fault. Some of that was on purpose. Because I don't want to, I guess I'm lying if I said I don't want to get discovered right now, but I don't want a bunch of unnecessary negative attention right now. I really don't. And yeah, is it going to hurt my career to do that? Yes. Is my life more important than my career? Yes. Is my personal health and wellness more important than that? Yes. So that's a decision I have to make, because I'm going through something different than content career growth right now. I'm going through personal growth, and that's more important to me. Oh God. Yeah. Casino gambling. I mean, if you can get a sponsorship for that, you're set for life. I have absolutely no problem with gambling. I have different issues with kick.com that are unrelated to gambling. But they're working on fixing those. But as far as casino gambling, I have absolutely no problem with it, because people who get into gambling, they kind of deserve it. Like if they get addicted to it, they know what they're getting into. They're not stupid. They're addicted. There's a difference. They know exactly what they're getting into. I have no problem with casinos. In fact, I think they do a lot for like, you know, native cultures, like in the United States specifically, like a lot of like American Indian casino, like Indian casinos, helps fund like communities of American Indians, like Native Americans. Like that actually does a lot. And so like reservation, like and like tribal casinos, like tribal casinos are huge, and I'm 100% down with that, because they're capitalizing on something that's going to happen anyway. People are going to gamble because people like to be degenerate. And when I say degenerate, I mean like it literally is taking away from your it's taking resources away from you, and it's designed to do that. And you should know that. Everybody should know that. But I have absolutely zero issues with gambling.
And this is, again...
Every time I've gambled, I put $60 in the machine. I lost all of it within 10 minutes. If not sooner. Like probably like 5 minutes, I lost 100% of that $60 every time.
I'll tell you guys.
But it's fun, because you're kind of like, you're clinging, okay, well, what if I do win? Like there's that. But like you don't do it as like an investment. It's not like a financial investment. You're losing that money as soon as you put that money in the machine. You're losing it. You've already lost it as soon as you dedicated yourself to gambling it. You should know that. And if you're deluding yourself into thinking that it's a financial investment,
right? My first like major like viral moment on the internet was a hate thread, okay? It was whenever I made my video, the Asmongold's Lair 2010, and somebody posted it on Reddit, and everybody was like, wow, I guess this is what people do before they kill themselves, or this is...
Yeah, you know, and the thing is like, you get a hate thread, and that kind of made him. Like, it made his image. It basically decided his entire future career. which I don't think he recognizes. He says career. I don't think he recognizes how successful he is. Like, I don't think he truly recognizes it. I mean, I could be imagining it. Like I said, he puts out, he doesn't attach himself to his online content. I mean, supposedly, allegedly. I doubt that. Like, come on, you're a human being. Come on, you're a human soul, dude. Like, you're a person. Like, come on. Like, stop kidding yourself. Like, own up to it. Like, own up to the fact that you have emotions, you know? Like, own up to the fact that you're affected by things. Like, but, you know, obviously you don't have to, but, like, at least personally, like, acknowledge that you have a career, Asmongold. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, you have a fucking career. 2.05 million subscribers on YouTube. Okay, that is a career.
What, you know, this, I bet this guy's never had a girlfriend, or
you own an org. You also own, like, as like a, you know, I guess, like, not own, but, like, you know, like a non-exclusive advisor or whatever for, like, Team Mythic and, like, Starforge Systems. Like, you are a business mogul, Mr. Gold. Okay, like, you are a business mogul. There's no denying that. Like, you saying, like, oh, my career. Like, come on. That's like humble porn. That's humble porn.
Wonder how bad this guy smells, or I wonder what this guy looks like, or something like that, right? And it's all insults. But the truth is that none of this bothered me because, bro, who the fuck records a video of a bunch of moldy soda cans and then they get upset whenever somebody says it's gross? Of course people are going to say that. What are you going to...
I mean, he's got a point. Like, what do you think he fucking cares? Like, he literally posted a picture of that in, like, a video, and it's like he knows it's bad. He's never said it's good the way that nobody should live like him. He lives like an animal. I think it's a case by case basis. I really think that there's some things you really should not give attention to. There's certain kind of hate threads that you really don't want to give attention to, because it'll just make things, like, really bad for you. But I honestly think that list is a lot shorter than people realize. Like, if it involves somebody, like, personal relationships in your real life, if it involves allegations, you know, whether they're true or not. I mean, obviously, if they're true, then, you know, you deserve it. But, like, if people give you false allegations, like, you probably don't want to engage with that, because if you know you're innocent, then why would you engage with it? But if it's a hate thread about, like, oh, like, you said something stupid about my favorite video game, or, like, you know, like, who gives a fuck? Or they, you know, like, whatever. I think it's a case by case basis. I think it's good to have hate threads. If you're getting hate threads on Reddit, you're getting clout for free, because you're living rent free in their heads. That's how clout works. And in fact, if you're a content creator and you're trying to avoid that, it's like being a lawyer and not taking on cases. It's like being a doctor and not performing surgeries. It's like being an actor and not auditioning for film. Do you see where I'm heading with that? Like, if you're a content creator, you're trying to farm hate. Because with hate, you're going to get supporters too. Because there's going to be people who, like, obviously they have good intentions, but I think they need to learn. But they're not going to, but whatever. They're going to try to defend you, which is also, like I said, that's a kind of a problem too. But your job as a content creator is to get people to talk about you. And if people hate you, that means that people like you too. So they're both engagement. In the algorithm, they're exactly the same. People are commenting on about you. People are putting you into the algorithm. So even if they're saying bad things about you, even if they dislike your YouTube video, even if they're writing scathing YouTube comments on it, it's still helping your video in the algorithm, which helps you grow, which helps you earn money, which is the only thing that should matter as a content creator, except for your artistic integrity. Obviously, that's separate. That's personal. But honestly, if you're doing this and you're trying to actually make something grow out of it, It's about that, okay? It's about that. Take away all the emotions from it. And this, the money, it doesn't necessarily mean actual like currency. It could be social currency. It could be clout. Because the more, if you're trying to sell a book, for example, you could put that book up online for free, but if nobody reads it, then you didn't sell it. However, if you have a big giant hate thread about your book, someone says they don't like what the book's about, and then they write a whole scathing Reddit thread about it, then all of a sudden a whole bunch of people are learning about your book and they're going to read it. And you achieved success as an artist because now people are seeing your work. Isn't that your goal as an artist, is for people to see your work? Obviously making money is separate from that. So this, when I say sell, it goes beyond currency, because there's different forms of currency. There's artistic currency. There's social currency. There's so many different ways to have profit. You're trying to profit in some way. Yeah, like I said, you know, it's not always about money. Yeah, like and like yeah, like it's a lot more than just money. Like when I say profit, when I say like, you know, selling something, it can be about selling the knowledge, selling the attention, selling the social currency, like whatever. And then, you know, like yeah, reading your hate mail. And if you do it in a fun, clever way, it becomes new content. You want people to be mad about what you say, because if you're not, you're doing something wrong. Because if you're not, and also especially if you care about like you know, actually saying something of value, someone's going to disagree with it, and that's just a fact of life. So if people aren't disagreeing with you, then it means that you're not really putting something of value out there, because people are just ignoring it.
I cry about that, then don't post the fucking video. It's that simple. And again,
I think that's I think that's a bad way of looking at it. First of all, Raid Shadow Legends, you know, you can use my link to to give it a try and find out yourself. No, Raid Shadow Legends is a meme, okay? However, I would say there's absolutely zero shame in selling out. And I think if you're a content creator and you get the kind of clout to be able to get sponsors that are actually lucrative, which I think Raid Shadow Legends is an extremely like non-lucrative sponsor, but whatever. You should be doing that, because you owe it to your audience to be more successful. If you truly care about your audience, you have more money. You could put that money back into your audience. You might even be able to do giveaways. How many of your viewers might be in a situation where, hey, like they might be down on their luck, but you do a random giveaway, suddenly that person has $500 extra, right? So if you got a sponsor and you use that sponsor money to give back to your community, not just in giveaways, that's a very specific example. But another example is you could use that money to then do a very serious project that costs more money, like hiring professional camera people, hiring professional actors, hiring a professional editor, and making better content that as an artist you should want, because money makes the world go round. It also makes this girl go round. No, money makes the world go round. It's a fact of life. And if you're actively avoiding money because you have some kind of like, you know, values or whatever, you're actually actively hurting your community and you're hurting your artwork. Because more money means that you could put that money back into it.
a lot of content creators, a lot of people that watch content creators want to be content creators. What is the number one job that people in the UK and America want to have? Kids. Being a YouTuber. What is it in China, by the way? Astronaut. I don't know how that's going to turn out. You know, I'll let you know in 30 years, but not looking very good. Anyway, so you have these people and they want to be content creators, and they see a content creator who is in a lifestyle that they themselves think that this is a perfect lifestyle. They have idealized this lifestyle to be like, this is their dream. Their dream is to be a YouTuber or a streamer.
Yeah, and the reality is that, like, obviously nothing in any industry is ever going to be what you think it is, and that's a good thing. Because it's going to be real. You're going to have to find that out on the path towards that. Being a content creator is probably the absolute most dogshit difficult thing you can possibly try to do. Especially if you're from a marginalized group, like being transgender. But isn't that going to make it that much better if I do make it?
And then they have somebody who's a YouTuber or a streamer complaining about it, and this is like a personal insult to them. They're angry at you because they're thinking you should be thankful for what you have. If I was in your position, I would be so happy and all my problems would be solved. And maybe
And they probably wouldn't. Because if you solve some problems, there's new problems. However, I really would like to have all my financial problems solved. I think anybody living in poverty, honestly, I'm pretty damn lucky. I have a roof over my head. I'm relatively safe. I mean, I feel safe at home. It's not ideal, but I am safe. I have life-saving surgeries that have happened and will happen. I have had acceptance within my community for the most part. I mean, in you know, obviously there's some things I wish were better, but some of that's my lack of ability to put my lack of effort. Well, I made effort. My lack of success getting myself into social structures, but I'm working on that. And I'm going back to school too. And going back to school is like a game changer. Being around people again, like that's great. Like being around people again is so great.
True, maybe that's not true. It doesn't really matter whether it's true or not. But one thing that I've learned is that complaining about being a content creator to people that want to be content creators, it's a pretty tough audience. So don't even do it. Don't even try. And again, like, you want to get it out there. You want to put yourself out there. Bro, you're not yourself. You're a version of yourself. Stop trying to make other people accept you. Stop trying to, make the internet give you their seal of approval. Stop trying.
Yeah. And as soon as I started to like learn that, I started feeling so much better because now I realize this is all a fucking game. I know what matters now. Like my personal relationships, my actual like life fulfillment is not attached to like what people think of me. Because if my life was determined by what people thought of me or what people like wanted to happen to me, I would have been executed a long fucking time ago. And even way before I came out as transgender. Because I'm autistic and I had a lot of trouble growing up, as I've talked about on stream a lot. As an educational kind of inspirational tool, and also as a personal development tool. Maybe I shouldn't have shared so much, but you live, you learn, okay?
To make people tell you that you're okay, that what you're doing is okay, because the only person's approval that you need is your own. You don't need anybody else to give you the approval to be yourself, unless of course you're breaking the law, right? If yourself is a murderer, then maybe don't be yourself. But other
yeah, exactly.
than that, say what you want to say, be who you want to be, because at the end of the day, you shouldn't live your life trying to apologize for who you are, for better or for worse. And I think that living that type of a lifestyle that's more true to yourself gives you much more longevity, because eventually
it also makes you more authentic, which is going to come across in your content. And maybe in the short term, like I'm kind of finding out, it's going to suffer because you're not as like outrageous. You're not appealing to the mass audience. But the organic growth and following that you're going to build by being your authentic self, even if you do like a entirely comical or like completely separate character, like Dr. Disrespect, that is a complete character. That is like a clown character. Like where he has a costume. That is an actual costume, okay? That is a character. Like even having a character like that, if you are authentic inside of yourself and you are living authentically inside of yourself, you are going to be able to perform as that character even better, and it's going to come across and your viewers are going to notice.
if you try to play a character people are going to find out. People are going to figure it out.
Oh my god. Is this your first encounter with Mr. Gold? Oh my god. You just opened up a rabbit hole that I don't think that you're going to be disappointed in. Welcome to the world of Asmongold, okay? I'm gonna allow you to find out for yourself. It's really hard to like him, but it's also hard to hate him. I actually think he's pretty likable. I know it's a hot take for especially in the trans community, but I don't need to appeal to what every single trans person on the internet wants me to feel. I don't need to, like, that's ridiculous. I'm an individual person. I have my own thoughts and my own opinions. I don't need to appeal to some mass hysteria. Okay? Oh, we hate Asmongold. Asmongold bad because he said this in a 30-second clip or whatever. And yeah, I don't think he's ever claimed to be like this pinnacle of moral, ethical, perfection. He's just a dude who plays video games and he speaks his mind about things and he doesn't give a fuck what you think. He knows that people hate him. In fact, sometimes he does it on purpose because he's that kind of person, I believe. He might not be, as we're finding out in this video. Like, he doesn't attach himself, like, whatever he's doing on stream and on his YouTube, we don't even know anymore if that's actually him. Like, I think that's the key, is when people don't know if you're telling the truth or not, I think you're doing something right as a content creator. Obviously, as a person, you don't want to live like that. But as a content creator, you want to detach yourself from it.
And they're going to see what's behind the mask. They're going to see the man behind the machine, and the immersion's going to be broken, and people won't like you anymore. So it's much better to just be yourself, at least to an extent, or at least be a version of yourself that you're comfortable with online. Not that you're constantly trying to, be a different person. Even though, of course...
And this is kind of the issue that's been kind of plaguing, in general, a lot of people on the left, but particularly the transgender community on the internet. Is it's really hard to find acceptance anywhere in life, but you're looking in the wrong places. You need to look in your personal life. If your family doesn't accept you, then leave your family. If your spouse doesn't accept you, leave your spouse. If your kids don't accept you, unfortunately, hopefully that can be repaired. But you're going to have to, separate from your kids. And obviously, if that requires you to leave your family and pay child support, then that's what you're going to have to do, because otherwise you're living a lie. And if you go on the internet to try to get that acceptance, it will fundamentally never fulfill it. And it will only hurt you. It'll make your life worse. There's going to be people in your life who accept you for who you are. There's going to be people in your life who love you. Find them. Find your tribe. Because if you're looking on the internet for that, you're looking for love in all the wrong places. And that's just a fact of life. And I know people don't want to hear it. They say, oh, I can only find acceptance online. That is a lie. I guarantee you, if you went to anywhere in public, and obviously if you live in a very right-wing place, and your goal should be to escape. But if you continually feed that beast inside of you with emptiness, which is by trying to say, oh, well, I feel good when I go into that Discord that accepts me. Well, then you're not pushing yourself to find that acceptance in your real life. You're allowing it to continue. And I think more and more people are figuring this out. But I think it's a huge problem in the transgender community online, is that people don't get acceptance in their real life, so they turn to the internet for it. And that's the wrong place to do that. And not only that, there's a psychological thing that happens. It's like this parasocial thing. The more you kind of feed that beast, the less likely you are to try to find it that'll actually fulfill you, because you feel like you're getting it.
Contextualize around only being that version of yourself online. Again, another catch-22. Doing these kinds of things is complex psychologically, but a lot of things are online. That's just the way it goes. So yeah, never complain about your job as a content creator. Oh yeah, you can get swatted. Yep, that definitely can happen. Does anybody on the internet care? Yeah, they're going to say that they care, but if you sit there and complain about it all the time, they're going to tell you...
I do think that swatting has become less... Well, I mean, it's always going to be an issue. But I think usually it's when you make yourself a target by going after these people that you're trying to... Like, usually, I think there's context that matters in a lot of these swatting cases. Yeah, tip of the iceberg, Atomic Bomb Tendo. Well, welcome... Oops, I think I pressed the wrong button. Welcome to Asmongold's image. Asmongold. Welcome to Asmongold's content. That's literally what he farms. He farms that. Like he's very much aware that people call him Asmonbald, and that people say he lives in a shack, and that he lives in filth. Like, he knows this. That's his content. Is that he's the dude that lives in filth. Like,
you're not going to do yourself any favors, and you're not going to... I've never seen a story like that ends your realize who you are, and all those people who said they were there for you, it turned out they were lying. And relationships about how viewers get too emotionally attached to streamers. Well, nobody ever be a different person. Even though, of course, it is contextualized around. Doing these kinds of things is complex psychologically, but a lot of things are online. That's just the way it goes. So yeah, never complain about your job as a content creator. Oh yeah,
it was later.
You are in a healthy way. It'll give you a better outcome or a better outlook. The person not going that I've never seen here is that if people are being rude to you or something like that, or they're being mad at you, but at the same time, you shouldn't really have to. I believe in personal death threats, doxing, etc. But I people say in the consideration, because you've never seen a story like that ends positively. Who are lying, and it's a very hard pill to swallow.
God damn it, where was I?
They've taken it out, they've recycled it, and they put it in. Are very opinionated on the internet. Better, and the people that are going to say, "Oh, well, that somebody is trying to argue with you, fucking you into talking about it, or thinking something ugly, off threads, doxing, etc." But like that. Better outlook on who are for you, it turned out they were lying. Streamers, well, nobody ever talks about the mask. They're going to see the man behind the machine, and the straight into the garbage bin. Hey, I didn't like store mounts for 10 threads, doxing, etc. Approval. This entire them or block them as well. And people that try to push you into talking about it or thinking about bananas, you should ban them. Because of that, but I do believe in personal censorship. And what I mean by that is that what rude to you or something, living in a fantasy world, you're not going to do yourself any favor. Who you are,
God damn it.
And all those people who said they were there for you.
Yeah, he was talking about, I'm trying to find the exact part where he's talking about,
talks about how streamers might get too emotionally attached to their... I'm going to tell you to get a real job anyway. I'm going to say, never complain about 22. Doing these kinds of things is compact version of yourself. But other than that, say what you want to say. Be who else. The only persons don't need anybody else to give you the approval to be yourself. Maybe don't be yourself. That gives you much more longevity. You're gonna find out. People are gonna figure it out, and they're gonna see behind the mask. They're gonna see the man behind the machine, and the immersion's gonna be broken, and people won't like you anymore. So it's much better to just be yourself, at least to an extent, or at least be a version of yourself that you're comfortable with online. Not that you're constantly trying to, be a different person.
Hey, also, how do you not know? I mean, how do you know that all these content creators, especially the ones I show on my stream, are not just a result of me creating an AI from my 22 years of being on the internet that the military or whatever has taken and turned into a giant AI machine, and Asmongold is actually made from me. Have you actually met him? Have you actually seen him in person?
Even though, of course, it is contextualized around only being that version of yourself online. Again, another catch-22. Doing these kinds of things is complex psychologically, but a lot of things are online. That's just the way it goes. So yeah, never complain about your job as a content creator. Oh yeah, you can get swatted. Yeah,
that's where it was. Yeah, and yeah, like swatting, even though it has happened, I really do think the context behind those ex-military vibes. I have never been in the military. I've never served in the military. I just have to make that for the record. um, I think in these kind of contexts, obviously there's going to be people who just like don't care that they're breaking the law. They don't care if they're going to go to prison, but they do swatting and stuff. It is illegal to do a false swatting report. It's been happening less as people kind of understood like the like the FBI and shit, like all the military, like I mean all the like law enforcement, all that. They kind of understand what that is now. They understand like internet culture more now. However, like I think that usually when it happens is it's because you're poking the beehive. Is that you have an argument with someone online and you do that back and forth battling trying to defend your character, and then that person says, "Well, I'm going to get back at you. I'm going to swat you now." Because they want to attack you. But what you do is you want to kind of fight fire with water by being water. You see, like fire is fire, but water just exists. God damn it. Like water just exists. Did I fix it? Yeah, this is so annoying that this cable just keeps failing. Like this cable just keeps going. Like I need to get a new cable for my camera. Like god damn it.
Definitely can happen. Does anybody on the internet care? Yeah, they're going to say that they care, but if you sit there and complain about it all the time, they're going to tell you to get a real job anyway because they wish they were in your position. Never really complain about being a content creator. Also, don't treat your audience like your own diary. Everybody always talks about
I have something to say about that because I don't treat my audience like a diary, but a lot of people might think I do. I need to fix my fucking camera. God damn it. It's also like really, really hot. There's like a heat wave. But no, I have a military family. Like my dad's a Marine, and like I have a brother in the army. Unless I actually was my brother. And then I kind of lost my mind when I went to war. And I actually have just like completely separated from that identity. I don't think that's true though. It's most likely a delusion. Is my camera just, is it overheated? It is crazy hot out. I really do think it's just the cable.
God damn it. Is it just out? Is the cable finally dead? God damn it.
About parasocial relationships, about how viewers get too emotionally attached to streamers. Well, nobody ever talks.
Basically, the thing is, like, there's a difference between treating people like a diary and attaching yourself to the idea and, like, in my opinion, the delusion, that the people who are listening truly care. In the end of the day, you guys show support, but I never like attach my my identity to what my audience thinks, because I also have audience members who don't give a fuck about me and who hate me and want to see me fail. So, like, I don't attach my happiness to what people think about me. It took me a long time to learn that, but I think when I was like a kid, I thought that the internet was like your friend. When I was like 12 to like 15, whatever. And then like I went online and I was like on Facebook and stuff, and I was like, trying to be like online and like a journalist or like whatever the fuck I thought it was. But I was like trying to connect with people in my life, like on Facebook and stuff. Like, God damn it, what is going on with this? I think I need to turn it off for a few seconds. It might be overheating. It might just be overheated. It is really fucking hot today. And my AC doesn't work when it gets above a certain temperature either. This is bullshit. Let's just finish the video.
Talks about how streamers might get too emotionally attached to their audience and think for a second that, oh, all these people actually really know me, and then I'm going to go play this other game and they're all going to love it. But then whenever you're some Warcraft streamer and you're streaming World of Warcraft for 600 viewers, you swap over to play Apex Legends and you go down to 60 viewers, and all those people who said they were there for you, it turned out they were lying. And it's a very hard pill to swallow. But once you do it, you'll be better off. Because once you understand that and you realize who you are in a healthy way, it'll give you a better outcome or a better outlook on who you want to be. Because if you just spend your whole life pretending like you're another person, living in a fantasy world, you're not going to do yourself any favors. And you're not going to, I've never seen a story like that that ends positively. So what I'm really trying to get at here is that if people are being rude to you or something like that, or they're being mad at you or anything, it's important to take what people say into consideration, because again, it is feedback. But at the same time, you shouldn't really have to. I believe in personal censorship. I don't believe in censorship really hardly at all, minus like, of course, crazy stuff like death threats, doxing, etc. But I don't really believe in that, but I do believe in personal censorship. And what I mean by that is that if you fucking hate bananas, like I'm talking...
I also have a disagreement with him because I think he's kind of like a free speech realist in a lot of ways. I think he has changed like over the years, like since he's been online, because he's kind of seen things happen and unfold. But at the same time, I also do believe that he thinks that free speech should be like free regardless, and I don't know. I have absolutely no way of completely knowing what his view on that is. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. But, you know,
I really think that, like, obviously when we create content with premises like that, it kind of influences how our content is received, and how our content affects the world. And I feel like we kind of owe it to the integrity of, like, the human species to try to not damage the world. And I really wish my camera would work. I just think it's overheated. I can switch to the other webcam. Ah, I'm upside down. Yeah, that was my hand cam. Oop.
Talking about, you think they are the most disgusting, ugly, awful things you have ever seen, those big yellow dicks. I think you should be able to say, I'd never want to see bananas again. You should be able to blacklist the word on Twitter, and people that try to push you into talking about it or thinking about bananas, you should ban them. Because at the end of the day, you should have autonomy over your own space and who you are and what you deal with and what you don't deal with. So if somebody's making you uncomfortable, fucking ban them. If somebody is trying to argue with you, fucking ban them. If somebody's trying to start some sort, or block them as well. And there will always be people that are going to say, oh, well, that just means you're weak. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's an opinion. As much as I don't like it, I mean, it's not necessarily like I've been banned in places and, like, blocked places, and it's like for reasons. And I'm not upset that I've been banned. I'm upset that there was, like, a lack of, like, effort to, like, communicate, besides, like, just saying, like, oh, don't treat Discord like a diary. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, I'm not treating it like a diary. I don't believe that I was. And so if there's no effort of communication to, like, make an effort to, like, help me understand exactly what I was doing wrong, because I didn't feel like I was doing anything wrong. And it's like, I'm just, like, being myself, and, like, and stuff like that. So it's frustrating when people just don't communicate things. That's what I'm upset about. When people just block me without any kind of communication or effort to, like, try to, like, don't make any effort at all to, like, try to, like, help. And, like, people say they're helping, and it's like, come on. Like, I'm just being myself, and, like, I'm kind of getting mixed messages when I've been allowed to go on and on and on for, like, 2 years on a Discord. Like, I was banned from Asmongold's Discord using his venting channel for venting. So it's like, it's really hard not to, I don't take it personally, but it is really hard not to take it personally when it's like you're told by moderators, like, hey, like, just don't treat it like a diary and you're fine. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to interact with people, like what they asked me to do. Like, I got banned from NMP LOL Discord because, like, they said, don't treat it like a diary. And I'm like, okay, I'm not. And then, like, I was going on with it, like, even Nick Paulum himself said, just interact with people, read the room, and just, just kind of, like, talk about what other people are talking about. Okay. And then the very next day I did just that. And then I still got banned. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I've been here for, like, 2 years, and you said that it wasn't a problem. And then, like, suddenly it's a problem, and I don't even know why it's a problem. And it's like, what, like, people are like in there spamming like pictures of like weird like gifs and like talking about content creators and all this sort of shit. And I'm like, every now and then like talking about like, some stuff I'm struggling with or whatever. I try to keep that to a limited amount, but like it's just kind of frustrating when like people tell you one thing and they mean another thing.
Why do you need their approval?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
This entire, like, them saying that is predicated on the idea that what they said matters to you.
Not pre-watched, by the way.
So just don't let it matter. And then do whatever you want that makes yourself comfortable. Because these are, I mean, you don't even know what this person looks like. You don't know them. They don't know you. How the fuck are they going to say this?
You don't know me.
Let me tell you something. A lot of people
Then
who
let me get to know you, damn it.
are very opinionated on the internet have a very high opinion of their own opinions. And they overvalue them. But the reality is that most people's opinions on the internet go straight into the garbage bin. Hey, I didn't like store mounts for 10 years in World of Warcraft. I still don't like them. Blizzard's put that in the garbage bin. They've taken it out. They've recycled it. And they put it in the garbage bin about every 6 months now. Nobody gives a fuck what I think. And you know what? Sometimes that's a very freeing thing. Is to know that you're not, you can't hold some, like massive group of people accountable. But, the other side of that is that they can't do that to you either. You can be yourself, and you don't need anybody else's approval to do so, except your own.
Exactly. That's really what it's about. Is because I get to be unapologetically myself. I'm transgender. I am a woman. Hear me fucking roar.
And of course the platform that you're streaming on, so make sure you don't get banned. But other than that, be yourself, and don't say sorry. I don't know why it's so hard for a lot of
I
people.
will never apologize for being myself. If you think I'm annoying, fine. Say I'm annoying. If you think I shouldn't be in your Discord, fine. Say I don't belong in your Discord. Hopefully, I mean, obviously you have every right not to tell me, but like, hopefully, maybe you're under contract not to tell me. Who knows? There's so many factors. I don't want to think about it. I don't think about it. But like, I would hope that people would try to like at least communicate to me like, hey, like we approve of you. Like, we don't have a problem with you as a person, but like, we got sponsors and stuff like, I mean, I have to guess that. I have to guess the reason why I'm banned. I obviously am not going to feel any worse about myself because of what people think about me. Because I don't give a flying fuck. I'm trying my best to exist in the space and coexist with people. And to me, like, that's enough for me. Like, I am not trying to troll people. I am not trying to go out of my way to piss people off. People do that all on their own. I'm just being myself. And if people have a problem with that, fine. Tell me you have a problem with that. But don't pretend that, like, there's some kind of, like, oh, we approve of you, but, like, I don't know. Like, just tell me. Like, my DMs are open. Maybe it's because I'm not relevant enough. Well, then I'm going to get famous, and then maybe you'll DM me.
And it's taken me a long time to get to this position. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not at the destination yet. But this is how far I've gotten so far, and these are the things that I've learned over the years. And I'd like to recap everything just to talk a little bit about it, okay? Number one, criticism that you get that is based off of an insult of your personal appearance should be immediately discarded and not taken seriously at all. 2, treat yourself like content. The good stuff that happens to you is content. The bad stuff that happens to you is content. Number 1, it disconnects you from the outcome. Number 2, it gives you autonomy over it. 3, you need to also take criticism seriously. Of course, if a lot of people are saying something, but at the same time, don't let it change what you believe, and don't let it change who you are.
So,
Take autonomy over it. 3, the good stuff that happens to you is content. The bad stuff that happens to you is content.
Now remember that, like, obviously everybody should be aware of their own individual safety and their own individual circumstances, and nobody can know that better than you. So don't just like blindly think that like you can just completely go on the internet batshit crazy. and expect there to not be any consequences, especially if you really go out of your way. Like, especially, I mean, obviously, people who are like literally doing hate speech and stuff, that's gonna have some real life consequences. People who are committing crimes, like hate speech is a crime. It is. I mean, I don't know if people are gonna take harassment on the internet seriously. That's kind of a different problem. But if people are making a big enough problem about it, you can press charges against someone for harassment. Like, it depends on the circumstances. If you actually, like, if that person is a public figure, if there's like an identity attached to that person, if they're an anonymous username, no one's gonna give a fuck. But like, when it comes to like, you know, obviously if you're doing bad things are gonna happen to you. But if you're just being cringe, that's not against the law. But just understand that, like, yeah, I mean, sometimes I'm a little worried about people, like, seeing, you know, in my real life, like, you know, hearing me say something on the internet and then like confronting me about it. But I think reasonable people would kind of understand the context. I think reasonable people would give me the benefit of the doubt and understand that, you know, it's on the internet. Like, who fucking cares? It's just a game.
Number one, it disconnects you from the outcome. Number two, it gives you autonomy over it. Three, you need to also take criticism seriously, of course, if a lot of people are saying something, but at the same time, don't let it change what you believe and don't let it change who you are. And
no, I have taken the criticism of how I am on Discord seriously. That's not the issue. It's that I also understand that these people are doing way worse than I am. Like, these people are like on Discord all fucking day talking about streamers and like talking about how like this streamer said this streamer said that. Oh, like, I wonder what this streamer is going to do next. And it's like, I'm just trying to get through my life and like be a part of, obviously there's people who do support me. There's moderators who like support me. I don't even think that's changed much. I think it's just they didn't want me in their Discord. I don't take it personally. But at the same time, like, yeah, I don't know.
I would also say a fourth one is, let me think. I'm trying to think of the best way to say this or the best way to do it, is that you can't really be canceled unless you become a version of yourself that is antithetical to who viewers think you are. So, for example, whenever people found out that Keemstar said the N-word, nobody really was surprised. You know, like, this wasn't really a big surprise. But if some other person who's, you know, like a big, like a, you know, social awareness person, social
yeah,
justice,
so like if I came out as like racist, that would be a huge fucking like betrayal to everything that I stand for. Like, I stand for like social justice in the actual sense. I stand for, like, you know, people's ability, but I also stand for people's ability to express their opinions. But that doesn't mean that people should actually commit hate speech. Hate speech is not free speech, and it never has been. Because, I mean, imagine if, like, you get to be happy and express your opinion, but by doing so, you're tearing someone else down to a fundamental level where you're dehumanizing them and you're taking away their humanity in a sense. And obviously, yeah, like, some people think that you should have every right to do that, and it just makes you an asshole, and there's consequences for that. That is true, but I really do think there's a reason why we have laws against hate speech, is because it fosters an environment that is going to make a toxic, hostile environment for people based on things that are just about who they are, like if they're gay or trans or black or whatever. Like, that is actually known and proven to be harmful speech.
They care about this. If this happened to them, it would completely cancel them. And the reason for that is because that person did something that is directly contradictory to the image that they portrayed online. And I've been canceled on Twitter. Now, I didn't know this. I had to have somebody tell me that I was canceled because I didn't check Twitter that day. And sometimes, like, articles will be written about how, you know, people are harassing me on Twitter. I really mean this. Like, so if I see somebody, like, if you type something rude to me, I will just instantly block you.
Yeah, I mean, if I came out as a TERF, that'd be really fucking weird. I'm trans. And honestly, if I transitioned and then pretended to be a detransitioner, I think I would actually be more successful. I'm gonna be real with the way, and it's fucked up. With the current internet climate, and this is current, by the way, Just because something is one way now doesn't mean it's going to be that way forever. So don't think that like just because you have no problems on the internet, like that like, oh yeah, you know, you can be a TERF, whatever. Everybody, it's popular. Something being popular doesn't mean it's correct. But anyway, the current climate of the internet right now, if I came out as a TERF and a detransitioner, even if that's antithetical, like completely antithetical to my lived reality, I would get canceled by a good amount of people, but it would actually help my career, to be honest, if I did that grift. But I'm not the kind of person who would be that antithetical to who I am as a real person. That would be so absolutely batshit insane. I would never be able to look at myself in the mirror. I would never be able to be okay with who I am at that point. Because I know who I am. I'm a trans person, and I love being a woman. I love being, and I wish I didn't have to define myself as trans, but that it's a fact. I'm trans. Like, that's okay. It's not a problem.
I won't read it. I will just see, okay, this person's being aggro, they're being rude. I'm not going to read it. I don't have to. There's no reason to. I don't need, and if they say, oh, well, you're weak or you have a big ego for doing that, sure, think whatever you want. Doesn't bother me. Why would it matter? Why would it matter what they think? So do what's comfortable for you. Do what makes you happy, and you will be happy. Do what other people want. Do what makes them happy, and you'll make them happy. And I think that's what it all comes down to. And if you are happy and you're making good content, people will show up and people will care and they'll appreciate you. If you make them happy, you're only waiting until the time that you don't. So yeah.
Yeah, and they're so fickle. Like I said, like even you support me, Shogi, but like you're still just an internet person that I don't know if you're even gonna be here tomorrow. Like I don't even know if you're gonna be on the next stream. I don't even know if you're gonna be here in the next 5 seconds. So like, why should I care? I mean, I do care, but like in the sense that like you're a part of something that I've created. Like, if I tied my happiness to what you thought of me, well, what if you change your opinion about me? What if one day you're like, I used to agree with you, but now I don't, now I hate you. Like, that happens all the time on the internet. I would never be happy. I would be going up and down all the time. But I have a North Star. I am my own North Star. And I will always like follow what allows me to be the best version of myself and create the most fulfillment as not only as a content creator, but as a person.
In general, do whatever you want to do. Don't apologize for shit that you're not sorry for. Don't try to be a person you're not. And don't take things personally. Don't care. It's so hard to do. But whenever you get to that point, you will be so happy you made it.
I mean, I also need to tell you that like I'm actually very, very, very extroverted. But I'm also, because of autistic issues and because of environmental factors that, you know, gave me some huge PTSD issues and agoraphobia, it is really, really, really hard. And because, like, autism issues with social blindness, it is really hard for me to actually maintain human relationships. So, I mean, I'm sure, you know, it would be nice to meet at your shogi club, but I don't live in Washington State. So, I mean, it would be hard for me to get there. But if you're ever in the San Francisco Bay Area, there's like I think there's some local shogi clubs that you might be able to like connect with, and I'd be able to meet you there and play some shogi. That'd be nice. Or there's the Mechanics Institute for Chess in San Francisco.
And that's how to deal with internet harassment from somebody who's been fucking, oh my god, I don't know how many of these, like I feel like it's you know, it's like remember you get your driver's license, or you turn 21, you can finally drink, and it's like I see friends of mine and they get their first hate thread, or they get canceled on Twitter for the first time. It's like, oh man, they grow up so quick. You know, it's almost fucking funny for me to see this, but I'm sure for them the world's falling apart. But just remember,
oh yeah,
first friends of mine and they get their first hate thread, or they get canceled on Twitter for the first time. It's like, oh man, they grow up so quick. You know, it's
like his perspective is so fucking crazy. Like not many, like nobody has the kind of perspective as these like long-term YouTubers that are like pioneers of the industry, it is like trailblazing, like in the Wild West. Like nobody knows what to expect long term. Like what this actually, I mean, now, he's been like doing this for like what, like 10 years now. I mean, he kind of has like some long-term data and stuff, and he has some perspective. But god damn, there's a very small amount of people who can actually understand what Asmongold has lived through and how he sees the internet and how he sees the world. Like, I've been on the internet for 22 years, but he's been on the internet for like probably that long, but also he's been famous on the internet for like 10 years. Or like, he gradually rose up, the first couple of years or whatever.
Almost fucking funny for me to see this, but I'm sure for them the world's falling apart. But just remember that it's actually not. Nobody really cares. And the real best apology for anything is better content. So if people aren't happy with what you're doing, they're not happy with what you said, they're not happy with your current content, you know how best to apologize to them? Is make better content. It's
yeah,
really hard.
like I had to learn the hard way. If I'm actually like wanting to change, I have to make the change, and I have. I mean, you can tell like 3 years ago, I deleted it all from my Twitch, but it's all on my YouTube and stuff. 3 years ago, I was a completely different person as far as how I like reacted to things that like hate threads and stuff like that. I had to learn the hard way, and I think everybody does. I don't think there's any shortcut. It's good to have some key knowledge, like watching a video like his, like, yeah, he can share his knowledge, but in the end of the day, you're going to have to experience it yourself in some form, even like big or small. And that's just how it is. It is what it is.
Hard to do. It's a lot easier to say that you're just getting bullied on Twitter, isn't it? It is. But the harder option is, in this case, in my opinion, the best one. And that's my best advice. So thanks for watching, guys. I'd be curious to hear... Fucking piece of shit. See that loud little ringing sound? I'm so sorry. I don't know what that is. I have to hit it in like tactical ways, right? It's like a fucking Konami code with this fucking refrigerator to get it to turn off and stop making that fucking noise. Anyway.
Was he talking about me? Am I the annoying noise? Am I actually the content creator that's driving Asmongold absolutely batshit insane?
Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. I'd be curious to hear your feedback in the comments, and if your feedback is rude, I'll fucking ban you. Thanks a lot for watching. See you later. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. I mean, love him or hate him, neutral about him, which I think is the only real option with content creators, because you don't know them. I think Asmongold has a lot of really, really valid points about a lot of things. By the way, I need to fix this. I really think that he has a lot of valid points about a lot of things, and I think more people, whatever you agree with him or not about like certain other things, like I really do think that it's important to like kind of understand that like people that you don't agree with can still have value and still have some opinions that do align with your values. And I think the more people start to realize that and stop trying to like immediately do hate threads and canceling threads, etc., I think the world will become a better place. Anyway, it's super sweaty, and I need to turn my computer off and all that. Everything's way too fucking overheated and shit. I'm all sweaty and shit. I'm having a hard time looking at my shoulders. I'm gonna log out. Bye bye.